My US Airborne Company is not having their best day of the war, as a strafing run from the Luftwaffe forces us out of our strongest position in the middle of the map, and a pair of Panzers starts to roll right up our flank. We've been sent here from Company of Heroes 3's dynamic campaign map to capture an airfield, which would not only stop these attacks from above that keep plaguing us in every mission, but allow us to deploy behind enemy lines or resupply by air. Even in its pre-alpha state, this dust-up in southern Italy shows off a spectacular layered warscape, where small decisions made at the unit level can echo all the way up to a grand strategic theater. Company of Heroes 2 toyed with the idea of doing a dynamic campaign map in the Ardennes Assault expansion, but Company of Heroes 3 has gone all out. We don't have a lot of footage of the campaign map yet, but I got to play around with it quite a bit, and I'd compare the scope and complexity almost to something like Total War. Companies and specific leaders level up and gain new abilities. Special optional missions like an assassination or extraction will pop up from time to time. Capturing a town and breaking an enemy supply line can be a clutch play. There are even new unit types called detachments who can fight each other in auto-resolved battles on the campaign map, or join a full-fledged company as a roster modifier in real-time battles if they're close by. Small skirmishes between detachments allow much more strategic decision-making without bogging down the pace with dozens of RTS missions per turn. On the battlefield, Company of Heroes 3 feels more evolutionary than revolutionary, though. In some ways, it's actually a bit of a throwback. Based on fan feedback, Relic wanted to create a game with an emphasis on infantry and pacing closer to COH1 as opposed to COH2, which could escalate into a giant tank war pretty quickly. The intimacy of war this series has always been so good at portraying is all here in higher detail than ever, with heartbreakingly realistic animations and unit calls.
Half-track destroyed! Reorg!
However, the carnage unfolds across a generally much brighter, more colorful backdrop of Italy and North Africa. Modern tech has allowed Company of Heroes 3 to really amp up the destruction from an artillery barrage or armored push. Driving a tank right through a building might be a viable way to smash an enemy hardpoint, and a soaring villa can be rendered into a cascade of falling plaster and roof tiles by artillery. Relic hasn't decided yet how they're going to handle things like damage from falling debris, and it may work differently in single-player versus multiplayer modes. Many infantry squads can also now breach buildings that are garrisoned by enemy units, kicking the door down in proper war movie fashion and tossing in a grenade before storming it. This allowed me to play a lot more aggressively in infantry versus infantry skirmishes, which feels great overall. It avoids those stalemates where you basically have to wait until you have the firepower to completely level everything to make any progress. Vehicle combat hasn't been left by the wayside either, though. Tanks now have a side armor value in addition to front and rear, which makes tank duels a lot more interesting. I was able to take out that Panzer duo from earlier with some hastily deployed light tanks just by dancing around their flanks and making sure I always had my hardened front end pointed their way. It takes a lot of micro, but Company of Heroes 3 even has new ways to deal with that. Tactical Pause lets you freeze a battle in place in single player and issue a chain of multiple orders to your units, which will be executed to the best of their ability when you resume. This feature won't be available in competitive multiplayer, and it was described to me almost like training wheels for newer players. But even as someone who has been playing RTSs for most of my life, I really appreciated the more thoughtful playstyle it enables. Late into a match, Company of Heroes can really get too busy to follow everything that's going on. And especially with how good this one looks, I'd rather pause, give everyone their marching orders, and then be able to zoom in and watch the action, rather than zipping all over the map, constantly trying to put out fires. You can check out the Company of Heroes 3 pre-alpha preview on PC for yourself starting today. And for more, check out our article on how Company of Heroes 3 compares to Company of Heroes 1 and 2. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
We heard them first. Distant thunder, like a storm among the mountains. Iron beasts, tearing through our land, bringing fire and destruction. Violence I couldn't understand. My father held me close and told me that the war would pass. But I could see the fear in his eyes, feel it in his chest. I knew then my life had changed. I hid from their war, hoping it would pass me by. But still, it found me. I faced the monsters that day. I smelled the smoke and burning oil, heard the roar of their guns. And the sounds still follow me, like ghosts beneath the sand. My world was changed forever. But the war touched many lives, and there are many stories to tell.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. The fighters on the North African front in Company of Heroes 3 seem inclined to agree with me. A far cry from the breezy, blooming Italian beaches we saw in IGN's last preview, the other side of the Mediterranean theater is parched, oppressive, and sparsely settled. It takes a rugged army with the ability to keep the tank treads running in far less than ideal conditions to succeed here. And the new Deutsche Afrika Corps, who will also be playable in multiplayer as a separate roster from the already revealed German Wehrmacht, are up to the task. The mission I got to play involves breaking through British lines and capturing a nearby town in order to cut off their retreat. This is part of a linear Axis campaign set during the earlier years of the war that will serve as a complement to the open-ended Total War-esque Allied campaign in Italy that I looked at last year. While it certainly added to the workload, Relic wanted to provide a single-player experience more geared towards fans of old-school RTS campaigns who are more interested in the tactical battles than managing the whole theater on the strategic level. The DAK seems designed almost as a direct counterpoint to the polished, precise, carefully orchestrated Wehrmacht. If the German forces in Italy are an expensive pocket watch, the North African troops are a potato clock you put together with whatever was on hand, and you're hoping it'll still run after you've dragged it through a couple of sand dunes and maybe an artillery barrage. They're well adapted to the harsh conditions they've been forced to fight in, and have a strong focus on improvised tactics and getting battered armor back into the fight. battle philosophy is exemplified by the fact that even basic DAC infantry have the ability to repair vehicles. They're much slower at it than a dedicated engineer squad, using whatever scrap, spit, and tape happens to be lying around, but I found it particularly useful if I just needed to keep a Panzer III topped up on health between enemy waves, or an ambush by anti-tank infantry required some emergency maintenance when I didn't have anyone truly qualified nearby. DAC infantry can also ride tanks into battle, which is an excellent mobility option that doesn't rely on vulnerable trucks or half-tracks, and allows you to bring a repair squad with you wherever you go. They also get access to a dedicated repair truck, which is lightly armored but can fix up other vehicles very quickly, and even salvage destroyed friendly or enemy equipment right from the battlefield. I found this very useful for creating mobile repair areas just behind my lines where I could use a cliff or a ridge to stay out of the enemy line of fire. The other new friend joining this battle was the hulking 88mm anti-tank gun, which is so big that it requires a truck to tow it into position. This absolute unit, if positioned well, is like a delete key for enemy tanks. Even in a head-on charge with their heavy frontal armor protecting them, they just melt when this thing gets going. And with good spotting, it can fire at what feel like almost absurd ranges, but due to how cumbersome it is and how long it takes to set up, supporting it with more maneuverable troops is essential, and it has almost no chance to survive if it gets flanked or if enemies get inside its minimum range. Overall, I hope to see more huge towed guns like this, as it adds an interesting new dynamic of escalation, risk versus reward, and map control to the Company of Heroes formula. The whole vibe of fighting through North Africa is also utterly different from the missions I played last time. As the Allies in Italy, you're sneaking through lush vineyards and blasting apart beautiful Renaissance churches, quite literally destroying the past to save the future. There's a persistent sense of melancholy as you think about the fact that these places would all be spectacular vacation spots if there weren't a horrible war going on. Out here in the baking dunes, there's always a sense that this is a hostile land which doesn't want you around. I'm a little bit disappointed that the sand and the heat don't actually affect your units. I think I was in the minority in that I really enjoyed the weather system and having to keep my units from freezing in Company of Heroes 2, but the lighting and architecture definitely tell a rich story nonetheless. My first task was to break through a British trench line, which I did somewhat ahistorically by Tokyo drifting my tanks around to take advantage of the new directional armor system as much as possible. COH3's tactical pause even lets you choreograph maneuvers worthy of a Fast and Furious climax scene. With the DAC's talent for getting battered panzers back onto the front line quickly, you can afford to take more risks even with some pretty expensive units as long as you have repair crews standing by. The next phase had me set up that chonky 88mm gun, but also highlighted its weaknesses when the enemy artillery zeroed in on me and I was forced to reposition it in the middle of a battle. Smaller, more agile field guns can be told to manually attack any spot of ground in their range, even without vision, so merely letting your enemy get a quick peek at where your 88 is deployed can put it in great danger. I can see this leading to scouting and scout hunting becoming a lot more important, especially in multiplayer. The final phase of the mission gave me a short amount of time to set up a defensive line in the town to stop the full-speed British retreat. Their units barely slowed down to engage me here, so it was really a matter of having enough firepower to make sure no one slipped through. On my first try, a couple infantry units made it past me while my big guns focused on the enemy armor and trucks, reinforcing that what looks like a formidable defensive line can be quite porous if you don't supplement it with a few machine guns or regular infantry posted up in a window. It's certainly ambitious to include two very different single-player campaigns in Company of Heroes 3, covering a large swath of the Mediterranean theater and entirely different areas of the war. The developers told me they obviously have to think carefully about how to balance these factions when, for instance, the DAC is years behind the other three technologically. In multiplayer, the remaining playable armies represent the German, British, and American forces from later in the war, for. The idea is that they should be able to hold their own and succeed on any map though, and won't be tuned to excel specifically in the desert at the expense of other environments. If you don't want to take my word for it though, you can try out the mission yourself starting today and running through July 19th. Stay tuned for much more Company of Heroes 3 coverage later this year, right here on IGN.
Homages and references to movies and video games are nothing out of the ordinary. It's common for developers to hide little Easter eggs to let the audience go,
I understood that reference.
but Sifu's first level, The Squats, goes beyond just simple homage. Yes, it's a level born entirely out of love of Asian martial arts cinema, but that love and the audience's connection to obvious cinematic callouts allows developer Slowclap to create something memorable in its own right. From the raid-esque premise of battling your way through a drug-riddled apartment complex guarded by junkies and thugs, to the bamboo forest-inspired boss fight that's sure to bring some Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon memories up to the surface, to a near-perfect recreation of one of the most famous fight scenes in all of cinema, The Squats is littered with scenes any fan of martial arts movies will recognize. And yet, The Squats rises above mere imitation by using these cinematic nods as the bedrock for teaching players how to excel at Sifu's tough but exacting combat. It's a careful tightrope walk of both reverence and a desire to carve out Sifu's own identity, and somehow, Slowclap managed to pull it off. To find out how they managed to nail this balance, we talked with Slowclap co-founder and creative director Jordan Leoni, along with game and combat designer Theo Caselli, who managed to shed some light on both the challenges of the Squat's development, along with the secrets behind its homages. This is Art of the Level.
Okay, let's do this. Drop your weapon.
The Squats is preceded by a tutorial level that teaches you the ins and outs of Sifu's combat. But since you control an essentially invincible character in that narratively important prelude, this level is your first real test in Sifu. It's a proving ground that essentially says, okay, great, you think you know how to fight? Now, these guys are actually going to kill you. And kill you, they very likely will. Even though The Squats is positioned as a fairly easy level in comparison to later stages, it's certainly no pushover. You might survive its first couple of encounters by just mashing the light attack button, but eventually, enemies will start powering through your attacks to land one of their own, surround you and toss projectiles from out of your view, and the boss basically demands that you have a firm grasp on Sifu's defensive techniques. But we'll get to that later. What makes The Squats such a great first level actually has a lot to do with the fact that it takes place after the prologue. Because the prologue got all of the basic tutorializing out of the way, you know what buttons do what, how some of your unique abilities work, etc. The Squats can teach the player practically as opposed to pedantically. Here's an example. As you're climbing up the apartment complex staircases of the Squat's first building, you'll run into a guy hanging out next to a railing with a bottle next to your feet. When you throw the bottle at the guy, it stuns him. Now, the tutorial taught you that you can use a directional throw on stunned enemies, but it doesn't reveal that throws are contextually based on the environment. The placement of enemy, railing, and bottle in this example is teaching you early on that you can throw a bottle to stun enemies near railings and then toss them over for an instant kill. And if you didn't pick up on that immediately, you get another shot because the placement is repeated again on the next floor up. And if you didn't pick up on it after that, that's fine too, not just because you might soon die and get to re-experience the staircase all over again, but because this trick isn't something that's required knowledge in Sifu. It is, however, a powerful piece of information to have that will end subsequent fights faster and reduce the chances of you taking damage if you know what to look for, ultimately leading to an enemy death. That intention of design without making it feel too over-explanatory is key to what makes the level work, and what the developers hope to accomplish, as Caselli notes.
Even if the player played the prologue, it did not really feel the impact importance of the combat in the game, because you know when he's playing Yang, he's invincible, he's rolling through the enemies, while in the first level, it's the first time that you really have to, deal with the consequences of death. So we really didn't want to do especially challenging level. We want the player to, feel the pressure of mobs of enemies rushing at him and having to deal with, aging each time he dies. So the level was not really oriented to be really difficult, but more, introduce slowly but surely the player to what's coming.
The Squats accomplishes this goal wonderfully. While difficulty is subjective, the fact is, it only gets harder from there, and the Squats does a great job of easing players into that difficulty one step at a time through some really clever means. And one of those means is pulling in some cinematically inspired sequences.
Leave these people alone.
Oh, we got ourselves a real-life white knight here.
Oldboy is a classic 2003 Korean action movie with one of the most famous fight scenes in all of cinema. It's a brilliant single-shot brawl through a crowded corridor, notable not only for its gritty, realistic, and brutal choreography, but also because of the way it flattens the action onto a 2D linear plane. The developers of Soul Clap were obviously fans of this scene because, not too long into the Squats, you're greeted with this. Pretty uncanny, right? But what's especially notable about the Oldboy homage in Sifu is how it's not just a throwaway reference tossed in there as one of those aforementioned "I understood that reference" moments. Again, much of the Squats is all about easing players into Sifu's difficulty curve. And what better way to do that than to have the first fight against a crowd of more than 2 to 3 enemies at once be one in which enemies only come from one direction. Slowclap smartly adapted an iconic movie fight and made it their own so that they could not only pay homage, but also design a combat encounter specifically to ingratiate players to the challenge of fighting a bunch of enemies all at once. Future fights will have you contend with enemies that may be off camera or run up behind you, but here, the whole fight is always in full view, so you can focus on your combos and timing. It's worth noting too that in the actual Oldboy scene, Dae-Soo fights off many more thugs than what the player actually is expected to fight through at such an early point in the game. For fun, let's see what it would look like if it did have 20 enemies packed into this corridor, as we hear Caselli again elaborate on their approach to homages.
When we want to pay homage in Sifu, there is 2 main elements to take into account. It's of course the setting. So in the case of the Oldboy corridor, it's the corridor and the 2D view, but also the types of enemies. Because in Oldboy, he fights a group of people that are not really tough, but he's fighting against this massive group. And we wanted to have this kind of feeling. So for the enemies, we used grunts, but we cannot use as much grunts as we wanted because the game would be too hard. So that's the second aspect of paying homage, is finding the right place to where the homages stop for the gameplay to take place. Because we want to create a challenge, we want to have a global progression for the player. So we have to find this balance. So okay, it's this scene, we want to recreate that, but also the player might or might not be able to handle that. So we always have to work with both these elements.
And true enough, this sequence hits that balance. Slowclap could have saved this fight for a later moment in the level, or even another level deeper into the game, but they specifically chose to place it here, right at the start, because of the way it facilitates a key early teaching moment. And rather than keep it 100% true to the Oldboy fight, they adapted it so that it served the needs of the game first and the homage second. While the Oldboy scene is the most overt reference, the main inspiration for this level is actually the classic Indonesian action film, The Raid. In that movie, a rookie cop joins a dangerous raid on a drug lord's apartment block, and it's a movie complete with guys getting thrown over railings in a low-rent apartment complex, a huge fight in a drug warehouse, and sure enough, even a good old corridor brawl. But the influence of The Raid is never overpowering, and never gets in the way of Sifu establishing its own identity. And going back to that corridor, while the switch from 3D to 2D seems pretty seamless, it actually brought a couple of unique challenges that Slowclap had to deal with.
One thing that was quite difficult was to hide the right wall at the perfect timing, so the player cannot see what is behind when the camera shifts. We needed to hide a lot of objects at a good moment, and also take the control of the camera so the player cannot see what happened.
To illustrate what Leani is talking about, here's a look at the room that's just before the corridor fight. In order to switch the scene to a 2D perspective, the camera must go in this space in order to give a full view of the action. So the developers had to essentially hide this whole room once the player entered the corridor.
Open it! Open up!
The change in perspective couldn't mean a change in the responsiveness of Sifu's combat, which normally utilizes dynamic camera angles that zoom in to really emphasize the impacts of each blow. Without these evocative tools at their disposal in this moment, Slowclap worked hard to really nail home the audio, visual, and rumble effects of every hit in order to make sure that the feel of combat still remained as hard-hitting in 2D as it did in 3D. With the Old Boy Corridor as the first true test of your crowd control abilities, the Squats continues to ramp up the scale of its battles, introducing you to new facets of its combat with each encounter. In the rooftop section that follows shortly after, you'll likely come face to face with your first elite enemy that regains its health when you try to use a finishing move on it. Right after that, you'll have to deal with your first heavy enemy. Next, 2 special elites guarding a shrine and a key that unlocks the level's shortcut. And it culminates in this big fight in the warehouse that is essentially the level's big sink or swim moment. It's worth noting that even with the shortcut that lets you bypass most of the level, you can't skip past this fight. What I love so much about this warehouse fight is that if you just treat it like a straight up fight, then yeah, it's difficult. Enemies surround you from all sides, they'll throw bottles from off screen, and there are plenty of weapons to go around. But it's also a wide open space with plenty of ways to use the environment to your advantage. You can vault over tables to keep the hordes of enemies split up, you could run up the stairs and funnel enemies so that they can only approach from one direction, or you could go even further up the catwalk and lure enemies over so you can toss them off the edge. It not only builds upon every environmental and combat rule that you've learned so far, but it's also an incredible teaching area on its own. The more you play, the more you're able to see what works, what doesn't, and eventually carve a path that allows you to get through the encounter without any deaths. And really, that's what Sifu's all about, and it's encapsulated in this one fight. Of course, this encounter just tests your ability to handle a gang of thugs all at once. The final test of the Squats inverts that idea by pitting you against a single foe. And it's the level's most deadly challenge yet. The Squats is capped off with a climactic boss battle against Fajar that follows suit with the rest of the level in that it's challenging, but never overwhelming. Fajar's patterns are fairly simple, especially in comparison to later bosses. When far away, he will leap off of a surface and do a telegraphed axe kick. When close up, he will do a 2-hit kick, followed by an easily swayable and punishable spinning heel kick. And every now and then, he'll use a sweep attack, but never often enough to really make you feel like you have to fear it. If you know these patterns and you know how to use your sway technique to get out of the way of his kicks to make him vulnerable, this is an easy fight. But when you first arrive at this boss fight, you haven't had the importance of these defensive techniques drilled into you yet. Fajar acts as that drill.
Come on!
Attacking him straight on doesn't work as he will block most of your strikes and deal more damage to you than you to him. Blocking doesn't work very well because his kicks deal massive structure damage, and just dodging will get you out of the way of his attacks, but won't give you the counterattack opportunity. If you want to get through this fight without dying, you have to learn how to sway high attacks. His second phase adds a few more attacks to his arsenal but they still largely follow suit in that, as long as you utilize your sway technique to get out of the way of his attacks, he will always present a large opening for you to punish him. And that's really what this fight is all about, teaching you about the importance of swaying as a defensive technique. Because if you don't know how to use that technique to avoid attacks like the ones Fajar hits you with, you are going to struggle immensely in what's to come. And naturally, as Caselli notes, the developers really want you to learn from this battle.
It's the first real time in the game where the player will have to have some kind of plan to deal with his enemy. That's very important in Sifu because later on in the game, when we will introduce advanced archetypes or other bosses, the player will need to recognize patterns and will need to have some kind of a plan to deal with that.
I have spent 8 long years preparing for this.
Sifu's bosses aren't just memorable for their fights, they also tend to leave an emotional impact as well. One of the concepts explored in Sifu is Wuda, essentially a form of martial morality, and it's one of the reasons why in every boss fight of Sifu, there's a hidden method of sparing them. Fajar is no exception, but why would anyone want to spare this monstrous drug lord who played a hand in the murder of your father? Well, for one, you get a special talisman that helps unlock a secret ending. But one of the great things about Sifu also is that it makes an effort to humanize each of its bosses. In Fajar's case, there's a mysterious room that remains locked all the way until just about the very end of the game, when you're able to find a key to this room inside Yang's sanctuary. Upon investigation, you learn that Fajar is actually terminally ill, and that Yang's the one who's been taking care of him. The two share a very close bond.
In each level there is something kept by the boss, which gives more intel about who the boss is. And for Fajar it was really to give more humanity to this boss. He is quite alone during his life, he don't trust anybody except Yang. And this room was to give him back his humanity.
Among all the bosses in the game, Fajar is the least redeemable, and is still a monster even despite knowing of his condition and his relationship with Yang. But like everything else in the squats, this revelation eases you into the thought that maybe these men and women you're hunting down aren't initially what you think they are. Maybe there's more to the murder of the main character's father than was initially let on. That hidden layer is, in essence, Slow Clap's approach to his homages as well. The squats is so much more than just that level with the old boy fight. It's a level that also exemplifies restraint, and is a prime example of how to teach and test players on the skills that they'll need early on in order to be successful through the rest of the journey as it becomes more difficult. Which, by the way, it totally does in the very next level. But before you leave its dilapidated hallways and massive green rooms, the squats throws tough foes and movie references your way, not just to pull you through your paces or to showcase its inspiration. It proves at every turn that those inspirations can be passed on and transformed into something new. Something that instills new lessons into the player. It's a cycle, much like the ones players will experience over and over again as they overcome Sifu's challenges. But if you're open to learning from each new step, you'll become a master in no time. Thanks for watching this installment of Art of the Level. If you enjoyed this and want to support more deep dives into video game levels and sequences, make sure to check out our previous episodes covering the Margit boss fight in Elden Ring, along with the incredible Uncharted 4 chase sequence. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
Selling humans as drugs. You're the only one that can stop them. You realize we're gonna have to take out the entire alien drug cartel.
You're just gonna leave me here in what, space?
Everybody lives in space, including you. All right, you're a bounty hunter now. You gotta help me rescue my friends. They're Gatlians, just like me.
Hey, why are you squeezing me so tight? How about a little dinner first and some bubble bath maybe first? Look at us, blasting away! Oh yeah, that's one of my children. They die fast. Don't worry, it's easy to make more. Hey there, I'm knifey. Stab, stab. Yes, more. I need more stabbing.
Everyone, fight each other!
Okay. Now I can.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Hey, we're just a snippet of Squanch Games, and we're here to talk about High on Life, our new action-adventure, comedy, Metroidvania, first-person shooter that is nothing at all, a little bit like Microsoft Excel. All right, you're a bounty hunter now. You gotta help me rescue my friends. They're Gatlians, just like me. That's our game, High on Life. Pretty insane. There's a lot to talk about.
Let's dive in. So Justin, you're typically known for working in animation. What brings you into the world of games? Why are you in the world of games?
I'm obsessed with games, have been my whole life. Always had ideas, always had, things I would love to make, but just never thought I could ever step into that arena because I lack all the skills needed.
You don't know how games work.
Other than like creative direction, creative ideas, like other than that, I lack all the skills to execute.
But that's why, that's part of why you want to start Squanch, right? Is to be able to have an idea like that and let it grow to something amazing.
And to be able to be creatively free. I wanted to make games that I wanted to play. And that was sort of the spark that just lit the fire of Squanch Games. And then we shipped Trover and we shipped Accounting Plus, and now we're on this absolutely dream game. This is like our real legit swing at like a proper, we're indie, but this is like our AAA, or is it triple I for indie?
We're triple I.
Yeah. This is a triple I game.
So the story of our game mostly follows Earth being invaded by this evil criminal cartel of aliens who come in and kidnap humans and start selling them on the black market like they're drugs. And you're the one human who has to team up with a talking gun and stop them.
And when you select a cartel leader that you're gonna go after, it opens the portal door to that world that they're in.
Eric, can you tell us a little bit about the worlds of the game, the art style of the game, the visuals?
Yeah. So we spent a lot of time kind of constructing and creating these awesome alien worlds. Myself and Mikey Spano, who is our art director, him and I worked a ton on the sort of art direction of the game. He really kind of landed in this space, which was kind of Blade Runner meets the Muppets. So we're trying to capture that feeling with all of our characters, especially our aliens. And then each world is its own kind of unique flavor, right? I think some of the ideas came from very kind of core thoughts. We want to have an awesome alien, drug-dense spa on an asteroid. And what makes me really excited is the sort of really clear and it's almost deceivingly simple narrative, right?
Save the Earth, humans or drugs, talking guns. Ta-da.
So Alec, who are the guns? What's their deal?
The guns are these talking alien Gatlians. They're all shaped somewhat like a gun you'd find on Earth, but they've evolved to be just gun-like in their own way. And so this race of Gatlians each has their own unique personality, their unique set of abilities, and you're gonna be rescuing them from this evil alien cartel, and together, you gotta stop the bad guys.
And get more Gatlians.
Yeah, collect more Gatlians.
Yeah, a lot of players are gonna have very different experiences depending on what gun they favor.
Yeah, you can kind of pick your favorite companion to have out a lot and hear their dialogue, be part of different dialogue scenes and stuff.
Yeah.
Look at us, blasting away!
And sometimes you can unlock the guns in a different order than another player has. So
That's
when you
right.
go back through a level, you'll see things that you would have been able to access if you'd done it in the other order.
That's
and you can
so
come back.
That's a
Yeah.
huge one.
All right, so we've talked about this crazy good game that sounds amazing. Why should people be excited to play it?
As a studio, we are attempting to bring A-level adult comedy into video games.
Something I love about Squanch is we would put a lot of effort into things that a lot of other studios wouldn't even bother with, like a single small joke that 5 players might find.
Well, okay, now I can.
I love that stuff. I love like edge casing and like
what makes you remember a game.
Yeah, like if a player's trying to break the game in a certain way and then you have an answer for that for them, that is like such a memorable and amazing moment. It's almost like watching TV, but the viewer is able to reach into the TV and poke a thing, and the character has to respond to that. And there's so much fun to be had for the most part.
You can skip it all. We worked really hard on it if you want to skip it.
Yeah, if you want to just like miss out on like, you know,
Yeah,
some
if you're
of
like
the
a big
coolest...
dummy and you don't want to play the game at all, that's fine. We're not going to judge you. We're just going to be upset.
distance, please. We're caged animals, we fight tooth and nail, we disassociate ourselves from pleasantries. Situational sympathy conditioned to emulate empathy on demand. Out of your mind, out of sight, in your head, which voices in command. Behind the screen is where I really wanna be. Username is all I really wanna see. Decaffeinated, sugar-free, vanilla flavor, alcoholic staring at a loaded screen. Behind the screen is where I really wanna be. Username is all I really wanna see. Decaffeinated, sugar-free, vanilla flavor, alcoholic staring at a loaded screen. Assisted living, cheating, cheaters out of water just so we can play without a miss a team with no time shouting. Take it from the top. I don't know when to stop. You don't know when
Gamescom 2022. The biggest video game convention on Earth is back in full force, and IGN is giving you a front row seat to the heart of gaming live from Germany.
It is a beautiful day.
Today, we'll be boots on the ground with Company of Heroes 3, jacking into the System Shock remake, getting trippy with Justin Roiland's High on Life, and dodging some bullets in Gungrave gore. But that's not all, because later on, we're bringing you the Gamescom Awesome Indies show direct from the floor of the convention. You won't want to miss a second of it, so get ready. Day 3 of Gamescom Studio starts right now.
Welcome to IGN Live at Gamescom. You just got a brand new look at Company of Heroes 3's North African campaign. I'm Damon Hatfield.
And I'm Brian Altano. Now, we have a ton of cool stuff planned for a full day of live coverage of tons of awesome games here at Gamescom. In addition to lots of never-before-seen gameplay for upcoming games, we'll also be checking in with what's going out on the show floor.
In a little bit, we're going to get up close and personal with the long-awaited System Shock remake, and a little later, finding out what's next for Sifu. And then we're checking out some gameplay from Piece Odyssey.
And after we're done here, the Gamescom Awesome Indies show will kick off, giving you a look at a few dozen new games from independent developers and studios out there on the show floor. Now, obviously, Gamescom is mostly about celebrating video games, which we love to do, but Gamescom also does a lot of great work to bring the gaming community and industry together to make a difference through a program called Gamescom Cares. The global games community is a force of good, and together we can move mountains.
Recently, Gamescom Cares lent its support to development of Antura, a language learning game. It's built on an app that already helped Syrian war refugees learn the local language, and now it's being used to help displaced Ukrainian children arriving in Germany.
That's right. Now, Gamescom, isn't it great? That absolutely rules. I love it so much, and I know you're watching to see new games, so we'll jump into System Shock in just a minute, but first, let's check in and see what's happening out there on the Gamescom show floor.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and it is day 2 of Gamescom, and we are in the mini merchandise area powered by Mini. And look, we've got plushies, candy, we have manga over here and comics around here as well, and we have block screen records, like even if you're into like vinyl records. Of course, there's like a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament going on as well, which is not merch, but you know, there's cool. Oh, anime shirts. There's just so much stuff here. I can't wait to check out all the different booths. Personally though, I'm definitely gonna get one of the plushies.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. Now, back in 1994, a game named System Shock unleashed a brilliant sci-fi first-person adventure like the world had never seen before. And now it's getting a stunning new remake. Here to tell us all about it, please welcome Larry Cooperman, Director of Business Development, and producer Daniel Gratian from Night Dive Studios. Welcome to the IGN stage, but it looks like someone else has infiltrated our interview. Who is this intimidating presence standing next to us here?
This is Shodan, one of the most famous villains or villainesses in video game history.
And this is also it's a very impressive and intimidating form that they're taking here on the IGN stage. I'll try not to get too distracted. I'll try to remain professional in this interview here. Let's talk about System Shock, the remake. I'm really excited about this one. In 1994, I never played it. My family didn't have a computer, so I missed out on this one, but I've played the games that were inspired by it and are considered spiritual successors to it, and I love those games. So I always thought I'd probably like System Shock as well. What's the current status of this game?
So the game is in its final stages. We're up to doing some final polish, doing those kinds of things like doing localization for the various languages. We've had a lot of great feedback from the show here at Gamescom, and we're bringing that into the game, and game is really near completion.
How near? Is there any? So what I'm getting at is how far away am I going to get to finally play this game?
Soon.
Okay.
Trademark.
I like that. Tell us a little bit about, for people who haven't played this game before, I think I understand, the gist of the premise and what the gameplay is like. Is it going to feel like a game from the 90s to me?
No, it's going to be a modern interpretation of the game, but it's going to keep all of the classic elements, including all of the plot. Much of the elements that made System Shock such an immediate classic upon its release have come over intact. The weapons, the storyline. We've slimmed down some parts that were less relevant, but the player experience is going to be identical, only modernized for today's audience.
Daniel, can you talk a little bit about how you're sort of approaching this remake?
So we were looking at certain things in the game that we really did feel that we could take to that next level. So for example, the introductory sequence that you just saw on the monitor there. So in the original game, that was just a cutscene, but in our version we put the player in the hacker's apartment, and the player can wander around and learn a little bit more about maybe the hacker's personality, and then the story will play from there. And there are some other things which we can't quite say, but it's going to be really nice to watch people experience these, both veterans and new players.
For those veterans, how much of it is going to feel new?
Well, I think it's going to be. I think it's a new interpretation of the classic story. All of the elements that made the game so influential, as you mentioned, all the spiritual successors that came after it. All of those elements are intact, but things like the controls, in particular, have been modernized to make it more accessible for today's audience. So people that are going to pick up the game, one of the things that's been great is watching the thousands of people that have played the demo here. It's very intuitive. They begin playing the game. They don't need a whole lot of hand-holding to get into the game. But that said, they're going to find all the things that made the immersive sim such an influential genre are still intact.
And so the footage that we're looking at here, can you speak to this? Where are we in the game at this point?
Dan?
So this is the beginning sequence where the hacker has undergone his medical procedure, and he's just woken up, and he has no idea what has happened on the station. He did some work 6 months ago for Edward Diego, and he was put into neurosurgery. He wakes up and he just finds these horrible creatures that you can see here, and he has to work out what has happened to the station's AI, and just try and get to the bottom of what's happened.
By the way, I should add that the station's AI that Daniel just referenced is immaculately represented
exactly
next to us.
Yeah, this is our very special guest that's joining us along here today. How did you approach updating the visuals in this game? So
we tried to reach something of a hybrid effect. The visuals are very modern, look very, very clear of what they are. I mean, can't compare that to the 1994 technology. Much advanced. New players are going to see exactly what we would have done in 1994 had we had the resources. But at the same time, we've got a slight pixelization to it that the classic game players are really going to enjoy.
It's almost, it seems like you wanted to people who have played it before, you wanted something in there so they recognized something that they remember, right?
There are also a number of Easter eggs that are represented visually that they're going to have a wonderful time uncovering.
Well, I'm very excited to finally get to check out System Shock. You said it's coming soon. Trademark. I can't wait. It's definitely one of my most anticipated games that are on the horizon. So thank you so much for joining us, all three of you.
Damon, before I go,
Yes.
I do want to give a special thanks not only to you for being the host, but also to our publishing partner, Prime Matter, without whom none of this would be possible, and with the folks from Lightning Cosplay that did an extraordinary job.
Yeah, that's very, very, very impressive. I'm blown away over here. Thank you so much. System Shock will be here soon, but while you wait, you can go download the demo and get some hands-on time with it yourself. Keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more.
This here tale begins with Blaze and his posse doing what they do best, turning big things into lots of small ones. No one knows exactly why they're out here in the middle of nowhere. But the loot they go after tends to be complicated, messy, and well protected. And that troublemaker won't be slowed down by a sad pair of eyes or common sense. Because Blaze never found a problem that couldn't be solved by a lit fuse. And now I hear they're looking for a new posse. Yan? It must be said that Blaze is less interested in exploration than devastation. That Craver never met a monster they didn't want to either eat or blow up.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Nitsa. Drive sober or get pulled over.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN One. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN One.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. Video games have come a long way, but it is flat out embarrassing that it's taken this long to get a first-person shooter where the guns talk to you the whole time. Anyway, better late than never. Here to tell us about High on Life, Chief Creative Officer Mikey Spano and Executive Producer Maddie Studovan from Squanch Games. Welcome, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Talking guns. Which comes first, the mechanical side of it or the personality?
Oh, that's a tough question. So originally what we did was kind of look at Sesame Street, a bunch of Jim Henson stuff, kind of sketch out like what would Elmo look like as a weapon, what would Ernie look like as a weapon, and so we started there, and then Justin kind of reached out to his friends and was like, hey, you guys want to do some guns? And that was kind of how we kicked it off. And from there, as we figured out mechanics we wanted to do, we started to match like, we can really picture this actor for this gun, and we can really picture this actor, and we kind of went back and forth and tuned everything until it felt right.
Yeah, it was really important for us to we knew that we were going to be able to work with Justin and get sort of the actors in the comedy, but to really go and fine tune the mechanics and the core loop. And so that was pretty much all there in the vertical slice.
Has anything has the actor done something that's that changes how the gun works or give feedback where that's not how I would be as a gun?
Yeah, so we had Tim Robinson in. He does Creature, who's kind of the big yellow gun with the little minions that come out. And so we had him just riff on the idea of having these little kids that basically they pop out, they live their whole life and they die and they love it, right? They want to die. And so the more we had him talking, the more we realized we got to do more funny stuff with these little guys, right? And get more funny dialogue around it. And so it kind of changed how long we have the guys out and things like that. And same thing with Knifey. We had Michael Cusack in, and we weren't anticipating that being so popular. And Knifey was just so funny that we're we got to figure out more stuff to do with him. And so from there, we kind of added executions in, and we added a few other things.
Yeah, it actually wasn't showing up on the screen as much originally. And I think after that performance, it was okay, we need the tech to be able to allow the designers to bring Knifey up as soon as he's talking because he's so popular.
Nice. Now, you gave me a pitch. We were talking sort of before we shot, and there's the best sort of byline for this game, which is Blade Runner if Jim Henson did it.
Yeah. So early on, we were kicking around different ideas, and I think everyone kind of expected to make something that looked like Rick and Morty, right? And I love Rick and Morty, I love the style, but I really wanted to do something different. I wanted it to feel like an 80s movie, and so I was racking my brain how to describe it, and I thought, well, what if Jim Henson had made Blade Runner? And so that was sort of the running theme that we were pushing on the team, and I think as soon as we had that, it really clicked and the team really knew what to do.
Yeah, I think it's children of the 80s and 90s too. I think we were talking about it earlier, the toyetic nature of just the TMNT characters and the ooze and the glass with the weird characters inside. You can just see that throughout the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of references to Ninja Turtle toys in there for sure.
Yeah. No, it reminds me of the weird bioorganic Nerf guns that they did.
Yes.
This is shaped like a warthog kind of. You're I want a Gatling gun. I don't get it. So let's talk about the structure of the game a little bit. You basically kind of get turned loose and you get to bounty hunt different bounties. How open is it, I guess?
So it depends. So we have a narrative that we're really trying to tell. So a lot of it is linear in that sense that we're trying to get a story. So there's different acts, but within those acts, there's bounties. You can choose the order to do some of the bounties, and that totally changes the game. You also have backtracking to levels you've already been to where you can get to new areas that you couldn't get to before because you didn't have the right abilities. So we really want to try to make the levels feel really dense and kind of put in treasure chests and NPCs and little side things for people to discover. So it really is a mix of linear for story and then sort of open world for exploration.
Yeah, the first level that we're showing in the slums is one of the more linear levels, but as soon as you start going to the bigger worlds, it definitely opens up a lot, and there's a lot of exploration possibilities. You can stay on the main path, you can really go and check different things around, especially if you get a new gun, because each gun, they have an ability fire, which not just is for combat, but also is traversal and lock and key mechanics throughout levels, so we really push people to go back.
Nice. So like a Metroidvania, basically.
It is, yeah. Metroid is a huge inspiration for this game, especially Metroid Prime.
Yeah. So the demo you just showed off that was the boss fight has you just swinging around with a grappling hook. Should we expect a lot of verticality in this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a big thing we wanted to push early on. Our design director, Eric Meyer, really loves crazy fast puzzle moments, big traversal moments. He previously worked on Sunset Overdrive, so there's a little bit of that influence in here, and he's been really pushing the team to get crazy elaborate traversal puzzles, and your kit really grows throughout the game, so by the end you're mixing and matching all this stuff and doing these crazy fun traversal puzzles. And you're going up, you're going down, you're walking on walls, you're doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, switching guns, comboing the guns, there's all that stuff built into the combat.
Yeah.
How much how much did the guns talk? I guess like how much dialogue got recorded, how much that was scripted, how much that was just off the rails improv.
So, a surprising amount of it was actually scripted. We hired a narrative director, I guess is his title at this point, but really he's also the head writer. His name's Alec Robbins. He's like a stand-up comedian. He makes Twine games in his spare time. He's written for TV shows, and he really loves games. And so we brought him in, and he knew exactly what to do. And so we just said, write what you think is going to work, and when we get in the booth, if it's not working, we have people improv, but 9 times out of 10 what he wrote is really funny and it works.
Yeah, a lot of Squanch is really built on like, a lot of us have worked at many different game studios, know how to make games, but we also bring in a lot of people from comedy, from TV, right? Justin obviously is knows everything about that, and then is a huge gamer, and we kind of mix in the pot, and they tell us this is not going to work for us, so we figure out a way on the game side to do it, and we're like, well, hey, picking this thing up over here is incredibly difficult for these 7 reasons. Can we please just write something else, right? Yeah. And they're super willing to always figure it out.
Yeah.
Cool. Do the guns do they have personalities? Do they have relationships between each other?
They do, actually. Yeah. Part of the story is sort of, there's a moment where their relationships kind of come to a head, and there's some thinking you have to do about how you want to handle the situation. So each gun kind of has an archetype personality. Like, we got a gun that's kind of a bully. She kind of thinks she's a badass. Then you got a gun that's just insane, which is Tim Robinson. And then you've got a gun who's just kind of stoner vibes, chill gun, and that's played by JB Smoove. He's Gus. That's his name. And they all kind of have different reactions to stuff that you do. There's a line in the story, like I said, really comes to a head, and they all react to that differently. And so you kind of have to navigate, well, what do I say here? Which gun do I use? You kind of feel guilty for using this gun or that gun, right? So they definitely have their own stories.
Yeah.
So are you basically, if you have one gun out, are you pretty much just directly only hearing from that one, or you got 2 out here, you got the knife out here? But let's say you play through the game with just one gun. If you switch to a different gun, does it make it basically a totally different playthrough?
Totally different, yeah. So we have Kenny in this level early on. You can't have another gun here, so he's the only one you're going to hear for this area. But for the other levels, you have options about which guns you're going to have and which guns you're going to use. So as you go, you can, let's say you really love Sweezy, and she's kind of the one I was talking about, kind of like the bully gun, and you love her for whatever reason, you're getting a totally different playthrough narrative-wise than you would if you had Kenny out. And you can mix and match in the mission and hear, I wonder what Kenny would say to this character. Switch to Kenny, hear his take on it, right? Switch to Gus, hear his take on it. And by the end of the game, you have 5 guns and a knife, and so there's a lot of options there. You're not ever hearing all 5 of them at once unless it's in a cutscene, but in the actual combat, it's really if you think of something like Gears of War, where you have your squad and you're hearing from some of the crew. That's kind of how the guns work. It's not you have a crew and you have guns talking. It's really just, this is your squad.
Yeah, it's something we have to think about a lot on Trover, and I think is being thought about a lot in this game, is with that many guns, that many characters, and then that much both written and improvised dialogue, it could feel like it's blasting at you all the time. And in this level, we're trying to teach you a lot of stuff, so we have to tell you a lot. But as the levels open up, it's been important to Justin and Mikey, I think, to okay, where are the moments of quiet, where you're exploring, where you're just what you're doing, you can kind of take in, this is the how ridiculous the game is, right? And then we'll bring you in with another NPC encounter.
Yeah.
One of the things that just kind of recently popped up about this is that there's an in-game TV show, there's TV that airs stuff. You've made some original cartoons, you've licensed feature films, and you've got in-game commentary. That seems like just a lot of work for something that's could be completely missed. What other stuff like that is in there? Just
that's sort of our bread and butter, is making something that should be easy really, really hard. So we had this idea of wouldn't it be funny if we had a commercial on TV? And then from there it just blew up into let's do interdimensional cable style shorts. How do we do that? And then we were wouldn't it be funny if you could watch a movie? And so then Maddie had to figure out, how do we license movies? And so we got 4 full-length movies in there. We got 20 plus little shorts at this point.
Yeah.
We also have a bunch of TVs throughout the game that have narrative functionality. So you'll be hearing from bosses, you'll be hearing from NPCs, all kinds of stuff just on the TV. It's crazy. We probably shouldn't have done it, but it's awesome. I'm so glad we did.
Yeah. So you announced that you've got Tammy and the T-Rex, which is a 1994 Denise Richards movie.
Yeah.
Can you reveal the other 3, or are they a secret?
I could say they're along the same lines as that, but honestly, for people who are fans of those kind of movies, I don't want to spoil it for them, because we try to have 1 per act, that's so there's 3 acts basically, and then we have 1 additional one that's got commentary on it from the Red Letter Media guys. So it's I want to talk about them because I love all these movies so much because they're so bad in the best way. But I want fans to be surprised.
Yeah, that seems like that is the kind of spoiler I want to watch out for.
Yeah.
Surprised by that.
Yeah.
Now, it's not readily apparent from the gameplay we're seeing, but there is a surprising amount of like realism. Like this looks very cartoony and very much like like Justin's art style. But I was kind of surprised at the first reveal that like humans look like regular humans.
Yeah.
A little bit video gamey, but like more in the realistic side. Tell us about that decision. Like, how did that come about?
That was actually a really big deal to me early on. So I'm the CCO, but also I'm the art director for this game. And so for me, the art style was really, really important. And I wanted it to feel like that Alice in Wonderland feeling where Earth is this regular Earth. Your house is a regular house. It's drab, it's normal. And then you step out and you're in this crazy alien landscape with all these colors and wacky guns and just weird stuff. And for me, that feeling doesn't work if everything's weird. So if everything's weird, nothing's weird. And so for me, it was important to maintain that line between like this stuff is real and this stuff is weird, but it all matches. It's all physically rendered. Everything's got like specularity and subsurface and all these technical terms. But it was important to get all of that right.
Yeah, you can see in the demo that if you're looking around your house in Blim City, that it was actually just taken directly as a crater from Earth, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure with Earth being as far along as it is, we'll probably show that in the near future.
Cool. Well, obviously, like I want to play the base game first, but do you have anything planned for sort of like long tail post support, more guns, more levels, anything like that?
So we're gonna have to see what fans think of the game. If the game does well, then we have infinite plans for this franchise, and I hope it becomes a franchise. We're so in love with this game. Like everything about it, we care deeply about. So we're hoping fans like it. We're hoping it sells well so that we can keep making more. We definitely are already planning a DLC, and hopefully it does well enough that we can actually finish that and give it to people. But we just really can't wait for people to play it and see what the appetite is.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for coming by and showing off an extremely weird game.
Yeah.
I'm very into it.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, totally. High on Life is coming to Xbox and PC on December 13th, and while I'm very sad to report that none of the other games in the show contain talking alien guns, a lot of them have some combination of guns and aliens and or talking, so keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more of those things.
I'm Matt from IGN here on the floor at Gamescom 2022, and we've got 5 things that you need to know about Dead Island 2. While you may have last seen it in 2014, the new 2022 version of Dead Island has been built from the ground up by a new developer. That's Dambuster Studios, the guys that made Home from the Revolution. But while it's a new developer, it's still the same idea. It's still a co-op, open-world, zombie slaughtering game. Now you can play that with your mates. There are 6 different characters that you can play as, all of which have got slightly different abilities and ideas that you can go with. Of course, it's still very much about killing zombies with really brutal melee combat. The guys at Dambuster have made a completely new gore tech that they call Flesh that's very much about procedurally destroying zombies. You can cut their arms off, you can burn their flesh, you can do all sorts of really nasty, gnarly things. We saw in the trailer being able to punch through a zombie's face and pull the back of their skull out. Now all that gory combat is aided by the DIY weapons that you know and love from the original Dead Island. You can have all sorts of weird and wacky designs where you take a sword and stick a load of electricity on it, or you can take an axe and put sort of flamethrowers on it so that when you swing that axe, you're burning through the zombie, you're getting that kind of nice melty flesh effect. So all of that is back, and you'll be able to craft those at benches with a load of materials that you find in the open world, which this time is Los Angeles. On top of those crazy weapons, you've got the Fury ability. This is kind of like an ultimate ability from other games, but it's actually powered by the zombie virus that floods through your veins. Yes, your character is infected, and they have sort of supernatural abilities because of that. The one that I've seen is the ability to quite literally tear zombies apart with your own hands, which is just as gory as it is with all the other weapons, but you've kind of got blood on your hands after. And finally, this is still an action RPG, so there are skill points to upgrade, but this time it's done in what they call a skill deck. These are collectible cards that you put together, and each one has a different skill. You can create individual customized builds for your character just by selecting these different cards. So if the card deck that you've got isn't working for you, you just reshuffle that deck, put in new cards, and then you can build a slightly different character with different abilities. And those are the 5 things that you need to know about Dead Island 2. For more from Gamescom, keep it locked to IGN.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. Signy All Guns Blazing is a brand new twin-stick shooter with stunning graphics, intense gameplay, and honestly, just a really ton of cool stuff going on for arcade shoot-'em-up fans. Here to tell me all about this gorgeous-looking game are Maher Kalandarian, co-founder and CEO of Keelworks, and Richard Jones, development strategy manager for Konami. Hey!
Hello.
Hi. Thank you so much for coming. This game looks so cool. I'm a big old school shmup fan. When I was prepping for this interview, I remembered that Life Force is like probably my favorite NES game. It's up there. Shmups are amazing. This looks like a brand new spin on this. So tell me how this game came together, because you're adding a ton of stuff to this genre that we've never really seen before.
Sure. So we actually are a very, very small team. We started off with only 2 people developing what you see on screen, and then as we got a publishing deal, we grew to still very much a small team of around 8 to 10 people, and we grew up playing shmups as well, and we wanted to do something new, what a shmup that we want to play now, and we kicked on and created something that is good in visuals and gameplay. We have original music and also sound, so just the whole experience was very important for us.
And you're building a whole story around this too.
True, yes. We come from a film and animation background, so because of our background, story was important for us, but to do it in a subtle way where we don't, of course, interrupt the gameplay. So we have a story going on through the eyes of our pilot and protagonist, Ava, and through cutscenes along the way. And of course, the levels will also tell a story.
Mm-hmm. And you're working with Konami on this.
Yes.
And that's a company that's been synonymous with shmups to me since I was a kid. What's that whole cycle like?
First of all, I mean, Konami were the perfect partner because, well, not because Richard is sitting here, but also, but also a little.
I was like, that was very nice of him to say to you.
Yeah, but actually because they understand the genre very well, they also, more importantly, understand what or understood also and continue to understand what we're trying to do with it. Because we're not just trying to make good old shmups again.
Right.
We're trying to do something that we want to see now that works, and we cannot just put a coat of paint and then call it a day. Mm-hmm. So it needs a bit more than that, and we believe that this is the right way forward.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you mentioned Life Force earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, one of the things that first attracted us to Signy and to the guys at Keelworks was the fact they are trying to reinvent the shoot 'em up, and it's part of Konami's DNA is
right.
shooters. That's where we came from. And like you, I think Nemesis was probably my first introduction to shoot 'em ups, and probably to the Konami name itself.
I actually realized that like Life Force was called Salamander.
That's Salamander in Europe and Japan. Yeah.
It's very cool. Now, tell me a little bit about the flow of this game. We obviously saw some, kind of grunt level, ground level enemies and stuff like that. You've also got mini bosses and bosses as well, right?
So, for example, in this particular level, this is the first level. We have 2 main bosses and 1 mini boss. We also have a crowd system going on. It's not just a kind of a background prop, but it has its own logic, and it plays differently depending on how many of them are alive, how many are dead. For example, in a scene where the boss is coming up, you see the crowd is kind of avoiding the leg of the boss, or other objects or obstacles are on the way. So there is a crowd system logic, so you have help on the ground. And also these tanks that we see will be able to, in future builds, because this is very much in development still, we'll be able to fire up in the air as well, so you have actual battle on the ground, but also help.
Now, we've been looking at this game for a few minutes now, and I actually haven't complimented on how great it looks when it's really gets going. Like, there's all these effects happening here, and you basically build this fireworks show out, which is really, really awesome. How important was that to you? What kind of, sort of tech stuff is happening under the hood here?
A lot of challenges to start with. It's first, it's very important because of our background, as I mentioned earlier, that we wanted it to be visually very stunning, and the details were very important for us, and that's why we put lots of tricks from our own bags to focus on these details. For example, we have a different lighting system there going on, so our characters will always have soft shadows at all times. So and also a lot of technical problems. For example, this is a 3D shmup, as you can see.
Right.
So we have actual depth going on. We have, for example, here you can see we have kilometers in real life terms on the ground. So how do you then shoot projectiles down and then at the same time have a few meters away air units shoot them as well? So we have also the vertical screen, which has been a challenge as well. So
This is so cool, by the way.
So
This is like just. Again, you don't see stuff like this in shmups all the time. Now, it's not technically like bullet hell, right? That's when things get a little overwhelming. But if you can briefly tell me about difficulty a little bit, how does that kind of work in?
Yeah, so I think one of the things was, as Maher said, there is a narrative to this, and we wanted to make sure that players, that aren't superhuman players can actually play this and enjoy this and progress through, enjoy the story like you would have done, in the old days.
Yeah.
I think shmups these days have gotten very much about the bullet hell and about scores and about that sort of thing, whereas we wanted to, I guess, kind of take it back to the masses a bit and make it a bit more approachable. So there will be difficulty levels. So on an easy level, we expect people to be able to get through, see the story. Obviously, we want a challenge,
right?
But then, if you want to crank the difficulty up, then there's going to be opportunities for score chasing and that sort of thing for the hardcore fans.
And they're the ones that gravitate to this genre, so they'll be very happy about that. Thank you both so much. Signy All Guns Blazing looks absolutely awesome. I cannot wait to play it. Keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more.
Hello, I'm Joe Screbbles and I'm at Gamescom, and I'm with Simon Cardy, who has seen one of the more mysterious, confusing, surprises from opening night live, which was Atlas Fallen, a new game from Deck 13, who made The Surge. And we saw a cinematic for this, but we didn't see any gameplay. So, crucially, what kind of game is Atlas Fallen?
It is an action RPG. It's semi-open world. It's kind of, takes with a pinch of salt, kind of in the vein of a Nier Automata in a way, in the way its world is set up. I'm not saying it's like that game in many ways, but yeah, the setting is Atlas. This is the world, and it has fallen. There's basically this tyrannical sun god who rules over this world, and he's not a nice chap. And basically, the humans' place in this world is they've got to take this essence in the world. So I suppose it's maybe a little like Spice in Dune, and basically donate it to rituals to the sun god to keep him happy. But what happens is one day your character, he breaks free and he finds this gauntlet just somewhere. I don't know where yet. I've not seen a lot of this game, but basically this gauntlet speaks to him, and he has the power now to command sand and wield weapons made of sand using it. And basically this gauntlet says, take me to these places around the world to find these shards. We'll make this gauntlet powerful enough so you can fight the sun god. And that sounds good to me.
I think any action game that has you ultimately aiming to kill a god, it's just a good ending spot for most action games. You talked about the sandy weapons. We saw a glimpse of those in the not sandy weapons, sand weapons. We saw a glimpse of those in the cinematic trailer. How many weapons are there? What can they do? How do you earn them?
I was told about 3 weapons that you can kind of transform at any point and kind of wield on the fly. Despite them being made of sand, I'm not going to get too granular with it, but I'm so sorry. There's a sort of a sword whip, which is the first one, which is kind of quick attacks that helps build up momentum, which I'll speak about in a bit, but also it has the power to crystallize enemies, and that's crucial because then you can switch to weapon 2, which is like a massive hammer, which has a shattering attack, which could shatter enemies that have been crystallized. So you're kind of wielding them, moving them, combining them on the fly. And the third is a big fist, which is kind of strong, quick, but really you only want to use it in one-on-one encounters. It's not good at crowd control or AoE or anything. So you're kind of different horses, different courses, as the saying goes.
And what about enemies? We saw, again, in the cinematic trailer, we saw the sort of lion-y dog guys. Are we looking at beasts, or are you fighting other humans? Like, what kind of threats have you got?
I didn't see, in the footage I saw, I didn't see any other humans as a threat, but there was definitely monsters. Definitely kind of, taking a page out of, like, the Monster Hunter sort of beastery. There's kind of like, the one main enemy they focused on was like a giant stone crab who was like a guardian of the sun god, and it's interesting because it's almost like Monster Hunter, but it's almost more like Horizon in the enemy design. Like, instead of just a big health bar, like each part of the beast had a separate like health meter, so each claw had a separate health percentage and the head had a health percentage, and some of those are mandatory in order to kill the beast, but some of them are optional, and if you get those optional parts down before killing it, you might get bonus loot, which is very much kind of like an idea from Horizon.
And you mentioned momentum earlier. What is the momentum system?
Momentum is kind of this sort of something I haven't really seen in any other game. I've seen momentum in game, but the way it's used here is the more attacks you do, the more quickly you chain them together. You build up that momentum bar, and it's not like you don't use those like AP for attacks. Like, the further you get down it, there'll be points where you unlock attacks that can be used during that fight. So it kind of encourages you to be aggressive, because the more aggressive and quick you are with your attacks, the more different attacks, more powerful attacks you'll unlock in that encounter, which it'll eventually go back down. But the downside of that is the higher your momentum, the more vulnerable you are to damage. So it's a real like balancing. And from what I saw of the gameplay as well, like the combat looked really smooth. I was really impressed. It was kind of like an even faster paced Monster Hunter in a way.
It's a shame they haven't released that gameplay. I really want to see some of this. You also mentioned to me off camera in our lives as friends that there was one more cool element to do with sand that you would love to talk about.
Well, a few of us, IGN, are very big fans of skids in games, you know what I mean? This game kind of takes it to a new level. You can sand surf. So that's kind of your main way to get around this world, is just using that gauntlet to surf along the sand at high speeds and then glide through the air. There's kind of puzzles, exploration in the world. So like you upgrade the gauntlet so it can like raise ruins out of the ground to like help with puzzles. Like, there seems a lot going on. Like, this is, I don't know, I'm excited, and yeah, hopefully they show off gameplay soon, because I think it could be very good.
I am also excited. I would also like gameplay. This is an appeal to you, Deck 13. Release the gameplay. Show us what you got. But for everything else that we will get at Gamescom, less threateningly, keep it locked to IGN, if you please.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN 1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN 1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company.
Oh, we're shooting turkey!
Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com, or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
Hey, you! Yes, you! Do you have fun? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
Welcome to Sedentary. My town. I've been mayor here for over 80 years. And believe me, I've seen everything. But nothing like this. We call it the miasma. A savage force threatening to rip apart our town and all of America. But there's hope on the horizon. Our fate rests in this guy's glove. Elvis.
Barely survived that one.
A mechanic with big dreams of becoming a hero. If he can only get his act together. Gigs. God damn, I'm good. A kind of big brother to Elvis. And a badass robot that loves to make things go boom.
Should you boys be out here alone? Watching and waiting.
A razor-sharp gun for hire. With a mission of her own. And me. Yep. The guy in the jar. As long as we can stand each other, this ragtag group can beat the miasma and save America. We hope.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. You just saw the IGN exclusive trailer for Miasma Chronicles. Here to help us chronicle all that miasma, please welcome lead producer Mark Parker and Holly Tormenson, CEO of the Bearded Ladies, the studio behind the game. Welcome to the IGN stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this trailer for us. The game looks very cool. Am I correct? Is this a turn-based tactics game?
Yes, to some extent. Well, the game is based upon a game that we released a few years back, Mutant Year Zero. Mm-hmm. What we've done in this game is making it bigger and better, but it used the same game mechanics as Mutant did.
Okay.
Not exactly, though.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Well,
we've built upon that.
Yeah. Interesting. So what would you say are the key differences between
Key differences? Well, there's a lot of things we wanted to do in Mutant that we weren't able to do for scope or for time reasons. And we were able to do that with Miasma by adding a lot more narrative gameplay into the game. More interactive characters, more side quests, more RPG elements, and then we also wanted to expand a lot with our tactical gameplay, stealth gameplay, and other gameplay features that we have we had originally in Mutant as well.
So you've introduced 4 characters in the trailer that we just saw. Is it a single-player game?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And I assume 4 characters sort of represent different classes or types, or
it certainly does.
To some degree. I mean, we do have abilities that switch around between the characters, but most of the characters have a kind of core gameplay experience associated with them. Yes.
I see. So 4 named main characters. I'm assuming this isn't a permadeath situation.
To be decided.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
To be decided. We're looking into difficulty options for more hardcore stuff.
That's very interesting. What can you tell us about the miasma, sort of like the whole conflict of the game? What more can you tell us about what's happening here?
Well, the world of miasma is set approximately 240 years in the future. It's a post-apocalyptic game, but we wanted to have an old twist on it. So we've got this force called the miasma. At some point in the future, there will be this thing called a great stability, and that is a time of peace and the end of hunger and end of war and everything. And everything's just great and working perfectly. But at some point, this thing called the collapse happens, and that's due in part to the miasma, this mysterious force which takes over the world and also, more importantly, America, where this game is set.
Interesting. Elvis has a glove that he wears. What can you tell us about that?
The glove is a present from his mother, which leaves him in the little mining town as a baby. And the glove is the key for him to find his mother, and then his adventures expand into different things. So the glove is kind of a key element in the game.
Interesting.
Yeah, it controls the miasma.
Got it.
And his mother's left a challenge for him to break through this thing called the miasma wall, and the glove, he needs to learn how to master it before he can be reunited with her.
Seems very cool. It's definitely my kind of game. Are we expecting Miasma Chronicles next year?
Yeah, it will be released in 2023.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Miasma Chronicles will be out next year. Keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more.
Yeah. All right.
I'm in a wrestling ring!
What's up, everyone? Mitchell Saltzman, Rebecca Valentine. We're right here at the AEW Fight Forever booth here at Gamescom 2022 to really talk about AEW Fight Forever, a game that we both kind of played yesterday. So, Reb, I know that you've recently gotten into AEW, but you've never really been a wrestling game fan. What was it like playing this game for the first time?
It was definitely a little bit challenging. I've never played a wrestling game before, and it takes some time to sort of get into the controls and understand exactly how to execute the thing that you are wanting to do. And it's a little hard to get that in a demo when you want a little more time with it. But I picked it up, and it was fun. It was fun to sort of be able to embody some of the things that I get to see in the ring on a regular basis.
I am a huge wrestling fan ever since I was a child, huge wrestling game fan, and AEW Fight Forever, I think we should be clear about what it is and what it isn't trying to be. This is a game that really goes back to the N64 era, and it's really trying to be a no mercy on more modern consoles. So it's not trying to be a new WWE 2K game, it's not trying to be simulation wrestling, it's trying to be fun, arcadey action. And I think both for better and for worse, it's succeeding at that. It's a little bit rough. There are definitely moments where the hit detection is off. You'll do it like a combo. The first hit will land, the second and third hits won't, and you'll be in a position where now you're going to take a reversal. So there's definitely some issues to work out. But I think if you're looking for that N64 era kind of golden age of wrestling experience, this might have it for you.
Yeah, there was a moment in I think one of the first matches in your demo where you were like on the ropes, like you were almost done, you were down, and you somehow turned that around into a win. It was so cool.
We don't have footage of this, and I'm so sad about it. But I was getting worked the whole match, and then I'm Kenny Omega. Adam Cole has me down for the boom. I dodge the knee, get my super immediately from that, hit him with the one-winged angel, and no one kicks out of the one-winged angel. So that moment there was exactly what I wanted from a wrestling game, and it was a ton of fun. That moment was a ton of fun for sure.
Yeah, I was yelling. That felt like wrestling to me, and if Fight Forever can have moments like that have me feel like I am watching or there or present in that moment, then that's probably what I want out of a game like that, even if, every single movement isn't exactly where I need it to be. As long as I'm feeling it, that's what matters.
Yeah, exactly. So that is AEW Fight Forever. For more Gamescom 2022, keep it here at IGN.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and we are at the Mini merchandise area powered by Mini. And my producer just gave me 50 euro to spend on anything that I want here, but I've been told that I need to buy something at the very end, which I'm not sure what it is, and it makes me a little bit worried. But 50 euros, I think I could find some good plushies. Yeah, let's go figure out what I can buy. So I'm not much of a figurine collector, but you have to take a look at what they have here. Like, all right, let's get through the waves of people first. But look, for our JoJo fans, look at these posed figurines right here. Oh my God, that is amazing. And then of course, for anyone who likes Pokemon, we have all this stuff. Oh my God, they have Jujutsu as well. Holy crap, that is amazing. Look at these. Okay, so this is definitely out of my budget. Thanks, Ronnie. But we'll just keep looking. Okay, the one I want to go to is a little bit busy, but Sushi Cats! Oh my God. Oh, they're $30, so that will leave me with $20 left. So 20 euros. Whatever, it's 20 euros. 20 of these things. Okay, so I found some keychains that are 5 euros. So these are pretty cute. Actually, I kind of want to get one for Mark Medina. He's one of our gameplay guys. He absolutely loves Mario, so I might get one of those for him. I think about it though. Do you think he would like Yoshi or actual Mario? This one?
Mario.
All right. Apparently this one. So I'm going to go ahead and get this one. All right. So as an anime lover, I have to check out what kind of kimonos they have. I see that they have Demon Slayer. So I'm going to look at what all they have because I think I actually might buy this. It's 30 euros. So these are one size only, but look at this. I have to support my girl Shinobu. She is the best girl. So I'm going to go ahead and get this. It is 30 euros. So I'm going to go ahead and buy it. Hello. I would like to buy this one.
30 euros?
30? Okay, here you go. Thank you. Thank you. All right, now I have 20 left. And I think there was something that I was supposed to buy. So I got this lucky mystery bag, and I only had 15 euros, which is why I had to get this one, as opposed to a $20 one. So yeah, I definitely spent a little too much money. All right, I sat down for the first time in a while, and I don't think I'm going to be able to get back up, but let's rip this bad boy open. Ooh, what's this? Oh my God, no way! I got a Dragon Ball Z ball! Wait, look, that's actually really great. Am I holding up? Okay, how many stars? 4 stars. Yes! Oh my God, that's actually great. You know what? I do feel lucky. Okay, also, and now, 2 pins. Hatsune Miku pins. You know what? This wasn't too bad. All right, so I got a Shinobu kimono, and I got a Mario keychain for a friend, and a mystery gift bag that actually ended up being pretty cool. I got the 4-star Dragon Ball, and I'm definitely going to put that on display. So yeah, that about does it for this bargain hunt. Make sure to stay tuned to IGN for all of your Gamescom news, because we're going to be here all week covering everything that you want to know, from games to entertainment to weird merch stuff.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Saints Row. Be your own boss and take control of Santo Alesso.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
You're a busy gamer with plenty to play. Not a lot of downtime, but you still want to keep up with the latest gaming news? Fret not. No matter where you like to play, PC, PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, I've got the headlines you need to know about. When Half-Life 3 is announced, it'll be on the Daily Fix. When the Switch Pro is announced, you'll be the first to know. And when that big game you just can't wait for is delayed, yeah, I'll have that news too. The Daily Fix, with me, Nars, weekdays only on IGN.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Shop platform is the preferred online destination to find and purchase digital experiences and for users to engage with each other. Millions of gamers count on Shop every month for a seamless purchase experience when buying game credits or vouchers. No registration or login is required, and purchases are added to the user's game account instantly. Let's take a look.
IGN Live at Gamescom. Video games have borrowed liberally from Neil Blomkamp's movies, and now he is working on a video game of his own. Here to tell us about Off the Grid Chief Visionary Officer at Gunzilla Games, Neil Blomkamp. That is a killer title.
Yeah, dude. I know, it is great. It's quite an excessive title, but I'll take it.
Yeah. Nice. Now we have an exclusive look at the game that it looks pretty sick. Can you tell us a little bit about what it is and what's going on?
Well, what it is it's a multiplayer shooter. It's a third-person shooter, and you know, it's a dystopian cyberpunk setting. So it's something that feels creatively very personal to me. And we're going to try to do something interesting, which is build enough of a world and enough of a sort of a background and sort of lore to everything that we're going to attempt to try to inject some narrative from that into a battle royale, which is going to be difficult, but hopefully we succeed and we inject a bit of narrative into something that is as un-narrative centric as a battle royale.
Now, obviously, in many of your movies, things have kind of gone awry for society, to say the least. Is that's obviously what's happening here? Tell us a little bit about sort of the world building here. Like, how did we get here with these characters?
That space elevator is the world's first space elevator in the lore of the game, which is built on an island in the Pacific. Mm-hmm. So it draws huge amounts of resources to it as they start bringing down minerals from asteroids. And so you end up with mega corporations, like a kind of a Blade Runner sort of Tyrell Wayland kind of mega corporation influence over a tropical island. And this age-old idea in cyberpunk of mega corporations being more powerful than governments.
Right.
This game would take place at the moment that power balance is shifting, which is pretty interesting. So it's with the wealth of something like a space elevator, with mega corporations fighting over the wealth that it provides, and kind of global governments getting involved to try to be part of that party. You have the moment that would tip it into more of a Tyrell Wayland sort of future, where the governments have basically lost in their ability to control Earth, and it's moved into a dystopian corporate environment.
That's when the fun stuff starts happening, obviously.
Yeah, it's fun all the way.
Now, you're collaborating with Richard K. Morgan on this, right?
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that process and sort of how it is to work on this with him?
It's pretty awesome. I mean, I was, it was probably about a year and a half ago that he just he emailed me, and he was like, I'd never met him before, and he said, I'm working on this game with Gunzilla, and one of the references that he named was Elysium, and he was like, there's a lot of stuff that I think you would find interesting in the game. Do you want to come and speak to us about maybe being involved? So the idea of the island, the idea of a battle royale, all of these things were sort of set in place, but he brought me over where I went to Kiev, because Gunzilla is a Ukrainian company, so I went to Kiev and I went to Frankfurt, which is where the two offices are, and I met everyone. I met Vlad, who's the CEO, I met Scott, who's head of design, and I kind of, and then began working on it with Richard in terms of like throwing ideas back and forth narratively, and we just sort of fleshed out this pretty dense science fiction playground, and now we just have to make the audience hopefully like what we've built.
Now, we're seeing a lot of like just incredibly cool weaponry and, just arms, mechanics and stuff like that. In terms of pitching those, do you get to come into the dev team and just be like, hey, I want like this grappling hook that shoots off of this guy's half an arm? How does that happen? Or like, I want a sword.
Yes, it's some of it is a combination of me learning how games are made and kind of understanding how it's much more of a flat hierarchy with the way that all of the different departments work. But I definitely will throw ideas in terms of cyber limbs, weapons. But a lot of that stuff was there. The grapple hook arm was one of the things. I mean, that's also in Apex and stuff. But there are other weirder ones that are newer. But definitely, I'll throw ideas in the mix. Vlad will throw ideas into the mix, and then there's a whole bunch of sort of ideas that are generated through artwork too, right? Like you see a piece of art, you don't necessarily know what its function is, but you're like, okay, that could become this.
That's awesome.
So it does feel very creative. I mean, it's kind of what I've always wanted to do in a sense, like outside of film, where coming from visual effects, I've always been obsessed with three-dimensional environments that are computer generated that audiences can experience and sort of drop into.
Right.
And with sound design, it's like that's what games are. So the framework that Gunzilla has built with a large amount of artists that can pull off something pretty awesome, it feels very creative and very cool to me to be able to come in there and be part of the team that helps realize an entire island that is basically a place that you can experience.
It's so awesome.
Yeah.
Nice. Now, one last question. You are also working on a video game movie, but it's not one people are expecting. You're doing Gran Turismo.
Yeah.
Can you say anything about that?
I love cars. Which is the summary of that. I really love cars, and I got sent the script, and the script is awesome, and it's a very natural way to use Gran Turismo. It seems like it wouldn't make sense how to make a film out of that, but when you see the movie, it will make sense. And I get to hang around cars, which is cool. So it's
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I see what you're up to.
Yeah.
Well, Neil, thank you so much for joining us. I'm dying to learn more about Off the Grid. It looks sick. Off the Grid releases in 2023, which gives you plenty of time to marathon the movies that he made. They're cool movies. And maybe learn some self-defense tactics, to hold your own on a dystopian tropical island, whichever is easiest. Keep watching IGN Live Gamescom for more.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. Coming up, we've got a look at some new games coming soon from Humble. Fun fact, IGN and Humble are owned by the same parent company. You might think that means we get sneak peeks of what they're working on, but we don't. so I'm just as curious as you are to see what they're doing. Let's take a look.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I? My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear them now. Yes, the wolves around.
What's up, everyone? I'm Mitchell Saltzman, and if you can't tell from the undersized straw hat and the giant Luffy in the background, I just got to play some One Piece Odyssey, and I'm going to take this off because it is it does not fit me at all. But yeah, One Piece Odyssey, this was, so just real quick, this was the same demo that people got to play at Anime Expo, so it is a little bit old, but it was my first time getting to play it, and I'm such a huge One Piece fan, I couldn't leave Gamescom without getting my hands on it. My main takeaway from playing One Piece Odyssey is that I think JRPG is kind of the perfect genre for One Piece because of the fact that One Piece is an anime that is so based around camaraderie and, you know, the feeling of friendship between all the crew members, and that's something that really comes across in One Piece Odyssey. One of the really cool things about the battle system is that everyone can kind of fight at the same time. You're able to have four active players in the battlefield. They can get split up, but they all kind of fight together, and then everyone else kind of goes into this reserve. And the way it works is that there is a wheel of kind of like priority or weakness, basically, there where power beats speed beats technique, and technique beats power. So if you're in an area and you have Luffy and Sanji, both power characters, but you're facing off against an enemy that has a technique type, you can then switch off one of the characters with someone like Usopp, who is able to deal more damage to those technique kind of characters. So it's actually a really smart system. It's also the kind of thing that doesn't really demo super well here at Gamescom, because regardless of whether you're fighting with a type advantage or not, enemies kind of die in one hit. But as a proof of concept, I think it worked really, really well. The other really cool thing is that there are dramatic battles, basically, or dramatic moments where what happens in a cutscene that leads into a battle affects that battle. So, for example, there was a fight where Usopp, in his, like, you know, his false sense of braveness, walks up to these penguins who are not hostile, but as Chopper indicates, they're not hostile, but they are hungry. So, you know, they beat up on Usopp, and then you go into a battle, and when you're in the battle, Usopp is paralyzed and surrounded. So you kind of have to deal with that. You know, it's a really cool thing of, like, you know, you just saw something, and now you're fighting that exact scenario. And then there was another situation where you're trying to rescue Nami, and you get to her, and she's like, you know, when the battle starts, she's kind of rough and, you know, off on her own, so you have to heal her up really quick. And then once you do that, you get kind of like a party advantage. So it's a really smart way of, you know, giving a little extra goal to every battle. And those are kind of my thoughts on One Piece Odyssey. I think this was a super strong showing. The banter between the characters is really, really strong. It didn't get annoying. You know, that's one of the things that I think is a fine line to walk, where you want to have that character banter to really, feel how close these characters are, but you don't want it to get too overbearing and just constant, chatter. So I had a great time. That's all from me. For more Gamescom 2022, keep it right here on IGN.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
Hey you! Yes, you! Do you have FOMO? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lewanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The First Descendant is Nexon's new co-op action RPG shooter made in Unreal Engine 5 that transports players to a sci-fi world where they will unravel the secret behind the Descendant's power across various missions and raids in single-player and multiplayer. Let's take a look at what's in store for players during the First Descendant Steam Beta coming this October.
We always ask questions. What is it that actually exists? Where does the origin come from? Where are we headed to in the end? Feel confused. Just reload your gun.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom 2022. Hey, you! You! Yeah, we're talking to you!
You!
Don't just watch Gamescom, be a part of it!
Yeah!
Dive into the Gamescom-verse for yourself with Epics.
Do it.
Gamescom Epics is a community treasure hunt happening on Gamescom's official site throughout the show. Complete quests, and help Epi in his fight against the evil bugs to win attractive prizes. Collect experience points, level up, and win rewards. Gamescom Epics, check it out with the QR code below.
Now, if you like games and you need some help keeping track of them, or you want to make a list of your favorite games, your least favorite games, the weirdest games, the funniest games, the shortest games, or really just any list of games, check out IGN Playlist. It's a brand new tool from IGN that lets you build and view curated lists of the games you love. Head on over to playlist.ign.com and get started. Damon, do you know what the shortest game is?
What's the shortest game?
It's Catch.
We
beat it! Yeah!
Speed run. If you want some upcoming games to add to your list, in just a bit, we're checking out Goat Simulator 3 and seeing how much mostly illegal trouble that horrible animal can get into. After that, we're going hand to hand with all the new content coming to Sifu. Then we're getting hands-on with Piece Odyssey.
That is right. And a bit later, we're going to find some awesome indies, the biggest, best, and weirdest indie games at Gamescom. But first, let's check in on the chaos of the Gamescom show floor. Take a look!
Okay, so we're about to start rehearsals and day number 3, but so I was on the official stream and look at how many people saw it and stuff. Like I'm
stuck without actions. It hurts again.
So many people were like, yeah, of course Stella's having fun. What do you do with that? Like, what do you do with that? There's so many tweeted photos, and like here's the official live stream showed the moment too when he approached me. Oh my God, I still can't get over last night. Like I'm surprised I still have my voice because I was screaming so much. Of day 2 of Gamescom, and of course, like I teased, there is going to be a Metal Hellsinger concert here, and I have a VIP ticket. So let's see, what time is it? 5:01. Okay, so the doors opened for VIP 1 minute ago. So let's go in and see what VIP gets us. That's the VIP lounge. Wait, you actually get to play the demo too? Okay, that's pretty great. I'm definitely gonna have to play this. Honestly, I'm so glad they had this station here because I haven't had time to play this at home yet. So I got to play it, I really like it. I actually have it downloaded on my gaming laptop that is in the hotel. So as soon as I get back from the concert, I'm definitely gonna be playing more of this. So we've been here for a little bit, got some snacks and refreshments, and it is 26 minutes before the show starts. There's a little countdown there, and we're super excited. Can't wait for it to start. Obviously, I'm gonna stay here so that I don't lose this place, but yeah, it's filling up.
This soul came to hell just like a tune comes into your head.
That was so cool. Seeing all of them perform together was incredible. Oh my God, such great energy. Also, the first singer that came up to me, I didn't know what to do, but that was so much fun. I'm so glad we went to this. Gamescom would have such a cool concert.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. Usually, cleaning up a mess is the sort of thing that good, law-abiding citizens do, but sometimes criminals do it too, like when they're trying to hide all their crimes. Our next game is all about that. Here to tell us about Serial Cleaner's lead designer, Krzysztof Szydlowski from Draw Distance Studios.
Hey.
Welcome.
So, this game looks completely different than the first game, which I love the look of. And I want to know how you landed on that, and if it was a huge pain in the butt. Like, did someone come in and go, let's overhaul the entire art style and start fresh?
Yeah, we wanted to make something new, something more complex, and to find new territory. And so we went to 90s. We skipped from 70s to 90s. We skipped 80s, and tried to find a new look. We moved to 3D, and we had like two main inspirations. First was 90s cinema, obviously, with its color palette, with analog feel, with celluloid imperfections.
Right.
And the second was the postmodern art, and pop art, post-graffiti art, and neo-expressionist art. And Jean-Michel Basquiat was one of the main inspirations for this game.
Now we've got some exclusive gameplay here we're showing off. I mean, this is cinematic here, but you get a feel for the style here. Can you talk a little bit about what's new mechanically? Because this is visually speaks for itself.
Yeah. So everything is deepened. It's much more complex than in the first game. We took the basic formula of the first game and added layers and more complexity to everything. So you can you still clean blood, you still are removing corpses from a scene, you are picking up evidence, but you have many options to do that. We took inspiration from Immersive Sim, from Hitman series, and what's important, you have 4 characters this time. In the first game you only had 1. Right now you have 4 characters, and each character has its own playstyle. And what's important as well is this is a stealth action game, so you are deciding if you want to play stealthy way or if you want to play it like an action game.
So I need to ask you where you drew the line with the sensor thing, because obviously there's blood all over the ground. We just saw a man chainsaw someone in half, which you didn't show us, took the body parts, threw them into a wood chipper, which exploded blood everywhere, which you did show us. So tell me how you figured out the push and pull of how much gore I'm allowed to see as the player.
This is dark humor in our game. We wanted to make a few things like parental advisory stickers and things like that. Yep. So that's why we added sensors. Here.
So good.
Now, it's set in 1999, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Why that time period, and I guess how does it affect the story?
This is the end of the decade, and our characters are meeting at the funeral house, which serves as a front of their bloody business. And they are talking about the whole decade. They are reminiscing about their bloodiest missions. Yeah, so we are moving to a new millennium, and that's why we took this date.
So like they're cleaning, and they're also worried about like the Y2K bug.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah.
Now, the 4 characters differ mechanically. Can you speak a little bit about sort of the different abilities?
So right now you can see Bob, who is the character from the first game, and he has this basic style. Each character has its own special ability. So Bob can slide on blood. This is Psycho. Psycho carries a chainsaw, so he chops bodies. He can pick up limbs and throw them at police, knock them down, and lock them in some place to remove them from map. You got Lati, which is she is spraying graffiti on the ground to distract police, and also she's the most mobile character, and her maps are the most vertical maps in our game. And we got Viper as well. She's a hacker, and she can hack electronics remotely.
That is an extremely 90s hacker name, by the way.
I love the graffiti being a thing to distract cops. Like, there's an active crime scene, and they're like, "Wait a minute, somebody's been doing spray paint over here."
It's very specific graffiti, so yeah.
Where do the ideas come from? Like, we just saw a character being like, he had a vacuum cleaner on the blood on the snow, which we all know would make the vacuum cleaner explode.
Yeah, that's drawing the line, as you said before. with the snow, we don't want to clean the snow from the whole map.
Yeah, of course, and you don't want to just cover it up with other snow.
It's a special vacuum. It only cleans blood.
It's a blood snow vacuum. This is great. I love the indoor environments too. Now, tell me about like some of the conflict here. Like, this player has been caught, or like obviously he's not just sort of leisurely hanging out wood chipping body parts anymore. Now that there's other people that can see you, they're hunting you, they're stalking you.
Yeah.
How does that gameplay flip over from just like cleaning?
Yeah, sure. What is important, each mission is tied to a specific character. And we have a few missions in a game that you can play 2 characters at the same time. There's 4 of them, and this is one of them, and it's from the beginning of the game. And this is a mission that we get to know the Psycho character, who was a mafia enforcer. And he went rogue on a mission, killed everyone as one character from a Fargo movie. And Bob is here to help him out. So first we have to learn how to chop bodies as a Psycho, and then we are getting at the map and cleaning all of that Psycho prepared for us.
Very cool. Now, obviously switching between characters, the different mechanics, that makes a ton of sense from like a story perspective. Was there ever like a world where you considered doing a co-op version?
Yeah, but we really wanted to tell a story and to make a game that resembles 90s cinema. And all those movies that people are sitting in one place and talking about stories and like Usual Suspects, for example.
Right.
That was something really important for us. That's something that we tried to mimic in our game.
So in terms of the variety of levels going on from here, I'm guessing you have a bunch more after know, the vacuuming the blood snow.
Yeah, in the game are actually 20 playable missions.
Awesome.
And then you have like 6 flashbacks, more narrative-focused missions.
Cool.
Well, thank you so much. You can get your grubby fingerprints on Serial Cleaners on September 22nd. Keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more.
happiness is a choice, you know? Wow. Wow.
Hello, I'm Joe Screbbles coming to you from Gamescom 2022. I'm joined by Simon Cardy, who has just seen Aliens Dark Descent. And this is an Aliens game. So what's the setting?
It is set 20 years after Alien 3, but it's, you know, it is an Aliens themed game, really. It's got that marine combat feel, and it's all about, you know, the setting is these Marines have crash landed on a planet and they're looking through this abandoned base. Something's happened, probably xenomorph related, you'd guess. But it's not just set on a base, you know, so much Aliens content is like content even. It's kind of set on, like, you know, an industrial place, whereas this has like snow, has jungle. I haven't seen those, but I've been told they're there. But, you know, wherever you're going to be, there's going to be lots of xenomorphs, so don't you worry.
And this is a strategy game, first and foremost.
It's real-time, top-down, real-time combat. So you're commanding a team of 4 Marines at all time. You can command them as a unit. They do things automatically, but you also can, you know, micromanage them on the fly. And also, to help that at any time, you can just turn the whole thing into slow-mo. And it's quite funny seeing a xenomorph just slowly run towards you before getting shot in the face. But yeah, there's kind of a mixture of going through corridors, like the classic Aliens thing. You've got your radar, they've got the classic blooping noise, and that's kind of, it puts you on edge a bit. It's not the same as, like, you know, being in Alien Isolation and being on edge at all times. But you've also got kind of tower defense places where you have to, like, weld doors shut, kind of like Rainbow Six Siege, like, and like set up a little room. And then, yeah, you've got to set up turrets and like defend a space. And then complete your objective, and then you'll either get new info for the story, or maybe you'll be able to like recruit a civilian, like an engineer, to help build your home base. Because as we'll talk in a moment, it's kind of got like XCOM elements too.
That was the thing I was going to ask. So it's not a game about getting from, it's not a story about getting from one place to the end. You're not taking these Marines all just through one location sequentially. You're going back to the base every time, right?
You are going back to base, but you are also kind of trying to get them through sequentially. So it's almost got like roguelike elements, so you're almost making your way through the ship and you can go back and revisit at any time. So it's a persistent world, so those doors will still be welded shut and stuff like that. So you are kind of, I think, making your way through. There is a story there. Also, these Marines, they have this cool thing as well as having a health bar. They have like a stress level, which if it gets too high, they kind of may not obey you directly, or their aim may be off. Like, there's like interesting little quirks like that I quite enjoy about it.
It sounds really interesting. It sounds very different for Aliens. Does it feel like it's going to be... Does it feel like this fits in that canon of Aliens stories?
I feel like it will. I don't know too much context for the story. They've got like the look and the sound of it. Looks pretty spot on for like an Aliens game. It's like different, like I feel like when we get an Alien or Aliens game, we do get that more like marine feel to it. We don't get the Alien vibe that Isolation did so well. Maybe people don't, you know, they did it so well that, you know, people are almost afraid of going there. But yeah, I feel like it's got a good Alien vibe to it, and without playing it, I'm not, that sort of like top-down real-time isn't really my sort of genre, but I am a sucker for Aliens, so I think I will give it a go.
Will you give it a go? Let us know. And for everything else from Gamescom, keep it locked to IGN.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Saints Row. Be your own boss and take control of Santo Alesso.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN One. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN One.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
What's up everybody, Alan here to break down all of the biggest announcements, trailers, and news. Presented by Nitsa. Let's get to the news. Gamescom 2022 opening night live may have come and gone, but the show continues to chug along thanks to Gamescom Studio and Awesome Indie Showcase featuring even more trailers, gameplay, and all the interviews your eyes and ears can handle.
Fans of underwater adventures will be happy to hear about SpongeBob SquarePants: The Cosmic Shake. We got a look at a brand new reveal trailer for this action-adventure platformer featuring iconic characters from Bikini Bottom. Traverse iconic set pieces from the show with SpongeBob's trusted sidekick, Balloon Patrick. Players can look forward to jumping into SpongeBob SquarePants: The Cosmic Shake when it launches on PC, PS4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. But maybe players prefer games to be full of off-roading goodness. Well, Dakar Desert Rally got a new trailer that showed off some awesome vehicles and tracks to experiment with. With various weather effects and track modifiers, users might want to get their PC, Xbox, and PlayStation suspension ready. This is going to be a bumpy ride. Session Skate Sim also got a new reveal trailer, and it looks like a must-play for anyone who's a fan of, well, skateboarding sims. From simple ollies to complex trick chains, Session Skate Sim lets players push their creativity to the limit. The game is available right now in early access and officially releases this September on Xbox One, Xbox Series consoles, PS4, PS5, and PC. Finally, Eiyuden Chronicle 100 Heroes also got a new trailer. The title is a spiritual successor to the beloved Suikoden franchise, and after an astoundingly successful Kickstarter, we finally got an updated look at this gorgeous JRPG coming to all platforms. Personally, this game reminds me of rainy days as a kid, curled up under a blanket, grinding enemy mobs to level up my party. Only this time, the game has a fresh coat of paint and gorgeous graphics.
There's so much news to celebrate, so please remember to keep an eye out for yourself and your friends if you're planning on going out and drinking. Nitsa reminds you to never drink and drive. Always identify a sober driver or call a rideshare service to get you home safely. Drive sober or get pulled over.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. Sometimes video games have incredibly vague titles that leave you guessing what they're about, and other times, well, you can kind of guess. Here to tell us about Vikings on Trampolines, a game about Vikings on trampolines. Please welcome game designer Joe Madsen and art director Simon S. Anderson from D-Pad Games. Gentlemen, thank you for coming by.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here.
So why are the Vikings on the trampolines?
Okay, that's a really interesting story. So this guy made this game when he was 14. So technically this game is about 20 years old, I would say. So you wanted to make it for your sister, was that right?
Yes, my little sister and I, we used to play a ton of games together. I'm very competitive, so we played GoldenEye 64, Mario Kart, Smash. We tried them all, but every time we played, she would play about 5 minutes and then give up. Controllers were too hard, buttons, she didn't want to learn anything. So I decided to make a game where you only use the joystick, and that's how you play the entire game.
And of course, he had a bit of a problem with that because he wanted little units to be walking around.
Right.
Couldn't figure out how to animate that, so he just put trampolines everywhere.
Yes.
So that's how we ended up with that, and he showed it to me about 10 years ago. And, you know, he said, "Oh, this is a strategy game." No, this is not a strategy game. So we changed it to where it was a lot more fun to sort of just knock each other off the trampolines. And
we're looking at some exclusive gameplay here. Can you sort of tell us what's the gameplay loop right now? Like, what's going on?
Okay, so this is the versus mode. Essentially, you are Vikings. You try to stay on the trampolines and get everyone else off the trampolines. You try to get on top of everyone else and just kind of knock them out. At the same time, you have power-ups. And of course, since everything is just controlled with the one stick, you don't really have to learn anything. All the moves that you use are either up, down, or you have a little flutter thing when you press up.
Yes, so you have a couple of moves.
Right.
You can do a little flutter in the air, like Joshi, and then if you press down, you do a downward attack.
And because it's so accessible, we managed to have people as young as 6 years old be able to beat us with this. We could just hand them a controller and they figure it out.
That's when you know you've made a good game, when a 6-year-old can kick your ass.
Yeah.
Now, how did this get to a point where you're like, this is working, this is fun, it's clicking, people are coming in and playing it? Like you mentioned, you know, this is obviously something that this feels like a party game, right? Like you want to get groups of people together. When you were playtesting, when were you like, we're there, we found it?
So day one.
Really?
Yeah. So what we've been doing lately, because you know this was supposed to be a multiplayer brawler game, we hit the pandemic and we decided people aren't really gathering anymore on their couches, so let's add an entire adventure mode.
Yeah, part of the idea, because we've been touring this with our previous game Owlboy for years now.
Yeah.
And we know that this thing works, but how do we present this in a different way so that you can play it by yourself? So we made the adventure mode. You can play it single player or you can play it 4-player, and that is co-op. And then we added a little extra mechanic. Instead of bumping each other off, the Vikings are now also trampolines. So you can bounce off each other and help each other sort of defeat these minigames. And also, what you see on the screen right now, giant bosses, because we have to have those.
That's amazing. So what I think is fascinating here is the game itself is a byproduct of limitations. And then the fact that you're publishing is, again, a byproduct of the pandemic made you do it. Was there ever anything you tried to add that was just overcomplicating it? Did you ever catch yourself kind of throwing in too much that sort of...
Actually, yeah. There was a moment because, you know, you have competitive brawlers in general have pretty intense ways of controlling your character. There's a lot of complexity to how you move around. At one point, we did add that flutter move, which allows you a little bit of fake out when you're moving around. But there was actually a moment where we were sitting there considering, like, should we add button prompts? Should we add it so that you can do special moves every once in a while?
Right.
But we managed to keep it consistent with our design goals. So now the entire game, both the menu and the fights and everything else, can be controlled with just a one stick. So if you hand someone a controller, don't need to explain anything.
No.
Now, I love looking at this game. I can't wait to play it. What inspired the art direction? Because it's obviously got some 16-bit action platformer DNA here, but there's a lot more going on. Like, things get pretty painterly. These bosses are very big and over the top. There's stuff that you couldn't do on old Super Nintendo hardware or something like that.
So Simon is a renowned pixel artist at this point. We are trying to push pixel art as far as we possibly can.
And part of so our previous game, Owlboy, the entire idea for that was, how can we create a game that looks as good as possible and actually works in the framework of a pixel art 2D game? Now, I felt like we did really good with that one, But part of the challenge then is, okay, how do you go even further than that?
Right.
So I thought, okay, giant vistas, the same quality as the old classic fighting games, but also we need every single character to have a full expression of motion and emotion, which is kind of hard to do when they're moving at like 300 miles per hour.
Right.
So
do the separate Vikings have different characteristics or traits, or is that just a cosmetic?
they are exactly the same. So we've made it so that roughly, depending on how their design is, their hitbox is exactly the same, and we want it to be that if someone picks up a player, then you won't have any sort of bias to who you're picking. Like, everything works.
I feel like there's going to be sort of a placebo effect, like people who think different M&Ms taste, separate. Like I don't like
They
the red
don't taste
one.
different?
It is actually that way in the office, because the second player usually is the yellow one. And of course, she has that really aggressive face, but she was the one that we tested our AI on, and we still can't beat that one. So whenever I see yellow, it's like, oh no, she's the difficult one.
Well, very, very cool. This is looking really, really fun, and it's got to be pretty cathartic to put out a game you've been working on for 20 years.
Well, yes. I mean, we've been working on and off. I think we've been doing 2 years of full development on this game by this point.
Well.
But when I started working on this game, it looked like utter crap. So a big thanks to Simon.
Nice.
I tried my best.
Yes.
Well, your sister's going to play this now, right?
She beats me every time.
Yes! That's awesome. Mission accomplished.
I hope we can play it sooner rather than later. Vikings on Trampolines is out sometime soon. In the meantime, please do not attempt to recreate anything you just saw, because those pointy hats might poke out an eye, and then you wouldn't be able to watch the rest of our Gamescom coverage. So please keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more.
Hi, my name's Quartz, and I should probably catch you up. I'm part of a group to eradicate bad guys. Like these assholes. Enough said. Meet the team.
Show me something good.
Bungie. Dr. Aso, he's our mad genius. That's Mika, she runs this gang. And then there's Grave. Yeah. We're fighting the Seed, led by the witch, Big Wushen. The evil Taranti. The katana-wielding Yensen.
Let me finish him.
And lastly, Gonpo. Wanna come?
Hello, I'm Joe Screbbles. This is Reb Valentine. We have both been lucky enough to play Pentiment, the new Xbox exclusive from Obsidian of Fallout New Vegas and all the other games fame. Pentiment feels very different, and we were kind of both talking about the fact that this game seems to strip back so much of what Obsidian's done with RPG storytelling and kind of turn it into more of a straight piece of interactive fiction. Do you think, is this them building on their history in that area, do you think?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think it's honing in. It's zooming in on one specific aspect that they do very well. It's very. There's been a lot of conversation over the years about what it means to have choice in games and how that should actually make a player feel. And I get the sense from Pentiment that choice is going to matter in a very different way than we are used to it mattering, if that makes sense. It's less about finding a specific ending and more about how your choices shift your perspective and the information that you have about the situation, and then how that turns into reactions that that you take to that.
I think the interesting thing about that is it's so clearly not a game about stats or success in like encounters, and it's really about exploring, meeting people, and crucially I think is the choices you make at the start of the game. You choose what kind of a person you are. Can you talk about the version of Marla, the artist, that you made at the start?
Yeah, so I was able to select sort of the things that he studied in school, and I made him a logician, so he's very good at logic and factual thinking. So he was really good at persuading people and really good at making convincing arguments. And then you could also pick sort of his like final years of study. You could pick the law, you could pick theology, you could pick, I think, biology was the third one. And I made him a theologian, so he was really knowledgeable about the church. And then in I didn't have stats per se that I could, increase or decrease, but then in my subsequent interactions, I had different paths I was able to take through those conversations based on those things. I was trying to convince this woman who was very upset at the church to give me some information that I needed, and I had options to make theological arguments, which obviously did not work very well on her.
In my version, so I took a different path. The game is about, or at least at the start, is about a murder mystery of sorts, and my guy went to examine a body, and I kind of knew that was coming up, so I purposely chose him to have that biological medical background, because I thought, oh, this is going to open up a bunch of different things. I also made my guy a hedonist who just loves having a crazy good time, and so when I went in, we started examining this body. There was like this beautiful element of it's not that beautiful actually. It's drawing the injuries on the corpse, but it's done in like this amazing like notebook, like pencil sketch style. And as you're talking, the notes, the drawing gets like more and more detailed. And so I went in going, oh, I'm going to talk about all the medical stuff. And then the topic of syphilis came up, and my guy was like, I'm a hedonist, I know all about syphilis, which was kind of amazing. But more amazing was that once that dialogue option came up, it then went into my medical background, and I could talk about the disease and its symptoms and that kind of thing. And so it feels like these choices aren't just offering you like, hey, every so often you'll get a hedonist option, or every so often you'll get a medical option. They can dovetail into each other, and it feels like you could legitimately maybe have 3 or 4 like strings of stuff if you've got the right traits. And I think that's the really exciting thing. Like you were saying, this isn't a game that seems to be aiming for like better endings or anything like that, but the journey you get feels like it could alter so much based on those stats. Like, where do you think this is going with that stuff? How deep do you think that's getting from your playthrough?
So the thing that they promised in sort of the announcement of this game is that it's a murder mystery where you may never find out who the murderer is, but your perspective and your journey will sort of inform who you end up accusing of it or who you think deserves to be punished for it. And I can already tell just sort of based off the different kinds of, because it didn't seem like I had a necessarily a pass or fail state in my conversation with the woman who I was trying to get information from. So I think depending on the different information you have, the different encounters you have, the different people you meet, and your background, you can't min-max this. You can't like do the entire game and get every single piece of information and then get a right answer. My playthrough seems like it's going to be very different than yours, and just solely based on our perspectives and the story that we choose to tell.
That is a little slice of Pentiment. It's out very soon. It's on Game Pass. It will be very easy to get to. I think that's going to be a big part of its appeal, that people will just get to go and try out something that they might not ever have looked at otherwise. We are surely going to cover more of it on IGN, and we are going to cover way more from Gamescom as well, so keep it locked for the rest of this weekend and beyond if you want to.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Saints Row. Be your own boss and take control of Santo Alesso.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company.
Oh, we're shooting turkeys.
Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
Hey you! Yes, you! Do you have fun? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN 1.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. Now, back in February, the hyper-stylish, ass-kicking kung fu action game Sifu hit the scene with the impact of a perfectly timed spin kick, and soon it is getting some brand new content to test your skills even further. Here to tell me all about it is Felix Garzinski from Slowcap Games, and also Theo Caselli?
Yeah.
I remembered it! Welcome to the IGN stage. Let's talk about Sifu. This game's been out for several months now, and you've got new content arriving next week. What do we need to know?
Yeah, so the first big thing, the big feature, is that the player will be able to customize the experience by adding modifiers and cheats. So they will be able to make the game harder, easier, or even maybe a bit fun, with like a zero-G mode where everything starts to float around. So yeah, and the second big element coming with this is the new scoring system. The idea is to be more in touch with what we can find in other beat 'em ups, and really able to precisely evaluate the player and what they're doing. And by scoring with high scores, the player will be able to unlock new modifiers and cheats, so customize their experience.
Okay, so I believe we're looking at some exclusive footage here. Is this, we're looking at modifiers right now?
Yeah. So this one is a bullet time. Just the player by pressing a button can slow down the time and just have the time to appreciate the animations, but also react to the enemies. So it's kind of a fun mode. But yeah, these kind of modifiers, I don't know the others that are on.
Yeah.
This.
I'm not sure neither. I think we'll see as.
Okay, so there is a zero-G mode. You can see the elements just floating around when they're destroyed.
The zero-G just affects just objects in the environment?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Destructibles and the bodies of your fallen enemies.
Yeah, you can see the enemy just floating around in the pose.
Is there any penalty to activating these modifiers?
So depending on the modifier that you activate, you will not be able to save your progression. So we have modifiers that just make the character invincible. So it's great to learn the game, but you will not be able to progress through the game by using the modifier.
Interesting. So after the update, how are modifiers integrated? Is there just in the menu system are they toggle them on or off?
Yeah.
Or?
So when you select the level, you will be able to activate or deactivate modifiers, and you can spend currency earned through the high score and some goals to change the modifier for whatever you want to do in this run.
And we'll actually add extra modifiers with the upcoming updates for the game as well in fall and in winter. And our philosophy here is we've had a lot of requests from players that had finished the game for more content to be able to experience the combat in different situations. And we felt that the story was already complete and that it wouldn't make sense to add an extra level that wouldn't really fit in with the complete game. And so we chose to focus on new features that allowed players to experience the game in a different ways and in a different way. And for example, we added the difficulty options earlier this year, which allowed more players to try the game and players that had already finished the game, to actually play it in an even harder difficulty.
Right.
And right now we have the modifiers, the new scoring system, and we'll keep adding more ways to have fun in the Sifu universe.
Has it been fun for you to come up with all these modifiers?
Yeah, absolutely. Like it was, the game is really serious in tone, but
sure.
in the studio we always have fun. We always try to try new stuff and have fun with the combat. So putting this modifier in the game allows the player to feel like us, just having fun in the gym room and playing around.
Yeah, I think it's cool. It reminds me of games back in the day used to have like lots of cheat codes or just codes that would be fun things to play around with. Maybe they break the game a little bit, but it's just fun to experiment, right?
Actually, it's very interesting because our creative director, Jordan Lyonnais, really thought about GoldenEye when we designed this modifier and shit. He was like, I loved GoldenEye when I was a child, and just trying to accomplish some goals to unlock the cool cheats, like a big head, like everything.
Yeah.
And he wanted to give this feeling into the game.
And it sounds like, so after the update, it sounds like all the modifiers won't be unlocked at the beginning, is that right? So you'll have to play the game as normal, earn points to unlock your modifiers.
Exactly.
Yeah, actually the new scoring system allows you to save a high score for each level, and some of the in-game content, be it outfits or gameplay modifiers, will be locked behind a condition. For example, reaching a certain score in a specific level, or actually reaching a minimum score in like many levels.
That's very cool. I believe one of the modifiers is one hit basically.
Yeah.
You have one health.
You have both. Like your character get one shot, but you one shot the other. Like you can do some kind of Heaven or Hell from Devil May Cry, which work the same way. So yeah, you can do that in Sifu now. Like you get one shot, but the enemies get one shot. You can do just you if you want to try a really hard game, or
How many modifiers are we talking about? Just in a ballpark figure, is it like a dozen? Like what?
Maybe 20.
Okay,
I believe
20 in this update, and more coming in the upcoming ones.
Well, that's cool that you are. It's nice that you're updating the game and providing more content. I guess it's also nice to you that you're getting that opportunity, right? Like I think the game is. I hope the game has been a big success for you. IGN gave it a 9 out of 10, and I like the game very much. So. How has it been in the months since you released?
Yeah, it's been pretty great. We have had really good reception all over. Lots of players, asking for more actually, because they were pretty much in love with the game, and it felt really good for the team. I mean, everybody at the studio was really engaged and really anxious to know how the game would be received, and it was a really nice ride for all of us.
Well, awesome. When is this update coming to Sifu?
It's coming next week on August 31st.
I look forward to it. Yeah, I look forward to it. The modifiers seem like they're going to be a lot of fun. Thank you so much for coming by the IGN stage.
Thanks. Thank you for your time.
Sifu is out now on PlayStation and the Epic Game Store. Keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more. That rhymed.
I'm Joe Screbbles, this is Matt Purslow. We have just had the pleasure of playing Moonbreaker, which is up there somewhere behind me. It is a new game from the creators of Subnautica Unknown Worlds, and it is a very different proposition. This is a digital tabletop strategy game. Little models that move around, you're getting them, units building armies, and you are painting them, which is the hook for me. But before we get into the painting, Matt, we went into this expecting this to be a Warhammer-style game, like quite detailed strategy stuff, but we came out feeling like this was more comparable to different kinds of games. Like, what did you think this compares to best?
I mean, it reminds me a lot of Hearthstone in many ways. What we've got is each of the miniatures that you're putting down, rather than the kind of complex systems that we'd expect from something like Warhammer, something like Infinity, those miniature systems. What you've actually got are miniatures that have an attack value, a defense value, and a couple of very specific abilities that are deployed using what is effectively a mana pool, which reminds me a lot of how Hearthstone does, but rather than it just being a card game, it's played in 3D physical space on a board. Basically, it's this digital board that they've built.
It's also playing like it's from a hand of cards as well. You draw units that are supposedly like being taken from a ship above the planet down to you. So you're using real card game like fundamentals to play this game. The other thing about it is not just fast-paced, it's small scale. You're not going to build an army. You have a maximum of 10 people in your army at any one time, and you can only have 6 maximum on the board. So what's going for is like aggressive play. They don't want you to mob people. They want you to be careful in using each of those units to their strengths efficiently and as quickly as possible. Like, it really feels like it's going to it's built for like a lot of games in a lot of time. It's worth pointing out there are going to be microtransactions in this game. They confirmed that to us. You can buy booster packs of models, again, closer to Hearthstone than Warhammer, where you're buying units you know about. Right now, it feels like the starter set is going to have enough for you to work with, but it will be interesting to see how that goes on. What is genuinely amazing, though, as we were saying before, is painting. Matt, you love painting a Warhammer model every now and then. How do you feel about this painting mode? What's it doing? What is it replicating real life painting, or is it offering more? How does this work?
So the thing that I was quite surprised about is I expected to be much more of a digital painting system, in which kind of like you'd have effectively Photoshop tools to use on a 3D model. It's actually not that at all. What it's basically doing is replicating at least the very basic elements of painting an actual miniature. So if you've done Warhammer or Infinity or anything like that, you are applying base coats on. You can then use a wash, which will drain into the recesses of the model and bring out kind of like your shadows. And then you can do highlights either with the brush to use like an edge highlighting and layering system, or you can even use a dry brush, which is a very, very easy technique to kind of brush over the model and bring out the highest points. And within quite literally a minute or two, we had painted this commander's gloves, and they genuinely looked like a really damn good paint job.
And that, to me, is the promise of Moonbreaker. Like, it's a good strategy game. It's a good idea for a like kind of a mixed card game, like strategy idea. But it's got this painting section. It feels like you can go on and off the boil a bit and go like, I want to play for a few hours, and then I'm going to come out, I'm just going to chill out for a little while. It's going to be great for streaming. I'm really excited about this, and it's early access quite soon, right?
Yeah, so they're looking towards the end of September the 29th, I believe, and that's when they're going to launch with effectively what, if you're into miniatures, you consider the starter box. It's got, I think they said 3 different kind of pre-built like groups in there, but also obviously these setups where you can mix and match, almost kind of like, reminded me a bit of the Covenant, the way they were suggesting that you build it, like lots of different creatures and army kind of generals and stuff from across different cultures.
It's one of the best things I've seen at Gamescom. I've absolutely loved Moonbreaker. I can't wait to see more. And for everything else from Gamescom, keep it locked to IGN.
We're here live at Gamescom 2022 on Metal Hellsinger's stage. With me, I'm having the vocalist of the game. You might heard of them. We have here Matt, James, Alyssa, and Dennis. I'm super excited to have you all here. So let's jump up to right to the questions. I just wanted to ask you first of all, I'll ask Matt first. Did you play the game,
Yes.
Metal Hellsinger?
Yes,
And
it's
you got
amazing.
to play your own track?
I was Alyssa's track. So,
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I was like, this is some of the best music and the best vocals I've ever heard in a game ever. So I was very, very excited about that. It was amazing. Actually, after playing the beta, I messaged all of them. I was like, hey, I know we did the vocals like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. I want to do them better after hearing this, playing this game. So I retracked them and sent it to them.
Wow.
So it's not going to be in the first launch, but the second patch is going to actually replace my screaming vocals with the old ones. So the new ones are going to replace the old ones.
Nice
That's
one.
how cool the game was. I was like, I need to do this again.
Wow, that's insane. And tell me, are you a gamer?
Oh yeah, I beat Mario 1 when I was about 4 before I really fully spoke English. My mom was an immigrant from Japan, so we spoke Japanese. She raised me doing the Japanese thing, playing games, watching anime. So you got
Nice.
some anime on your arm?
Yeah, tons
as well?
of anime and
Yes.
Pokemon and stuff like
Yes.
that.
So it was my my goal at 9 when I played the first Doom. I was like, I want to do this kind of music someday.
And look at you, now you're actually main track in a game.
Trying.
Yeah, this is so nice. And James, I want to ask you, how does it feel to actually be like a main track in a metal game?
It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Gotta say. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I heard that you're a little bit gamer yourself.
Yeah,
Right?
a little bit of a gamer.
So are you excited for the game?
I am extremely excited. I haven't gotten to play it yet. I know you're going to ask me that. I have not gotten to play it.
Yet.
Yet.
And you know what? I'm going to ask Elisa this question. Have you played your own track? That was Two Feathers, right?
Well, the track that thank you. The track is called Stygia.
Yeah, the Stygia.
I have not. I have not played it. I've seen a couple playthroughs of people playing it though, like people that heard the song and then recorded themselves and like uploaded little snippets. And it looks really cool, and I think the whole concept behind the game is really cool. So I actually didn't know that that's what the concept of the game was going to be when I recorded the song. I've been in a couple other games doing like either character voices or singing songs. And this is the first time that the song is so fully integrated into the game that the player actually influences the sound of the song.
That's insane.
So I think it's really, really cool.
So it's all kind of different creation, basically. The process was different, like compared to your own music.
I mean, for me, the process was the same. You know, it's singing on a song, so I always record my own vocals and I self-produce, and so I did that this time too. But I wasn't aware of the relevance of the song in the game. I didn't know it was actually going to be like part of how you play.
Yeah.
I thought it was just going to be in the background.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dennis, I want to ask you. I just saw you performing. You're amazing.
Thank you.
Do you play?
No,
not at all.
No, not at all. I feel like such a tourist with all the growler vocals and all the gamers. I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing here. But they reached out, wanted me to sing a song, and the same thing. I was like, I'll sing a song. We did. Yeah. I did some stuff for the Cyberpunk game.
Yeah, I heard.
So I was like, oh, it's cool. You know, it's like a different world. And then I recorded it, and then yeah, it's pretty awesome.
But will you play the game now? Now you have to play the game.
I guess
At least
I
try
have
it.
to. I don't have a console, so I guess I have to do that.
Please, someone arrange Dennis a console, please. He needs to play this game. Do you believe that actually metal and gaming goes together? What do you think about that, by the way? Like, gaming and metal goes together. That's what I always felt like. Do you feel like...
I've been saying this since I was a kid. I feel like metal and video games are for the underdog. They're for the people that are into something different, and being both and living in both worlds for my entire life. I've always felt that metal was the correct answer in games, but what's been interesting is Europe, yes. Like, I feel like this is why this show is going to be completely packed and we're going to freak out, but I've met a lot of pro gamers, other streamers that don't know metal very much, so I kind of think that that's all of our job, especially with this game and what we do, introducing them to what I feel is like the only correct genre of music for most video games.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Well, we're starting to wind things down here at Gamescom Studio today, but Gamescom is far from over.
Coming up right after this is Gamescom's Awesome Indies, a roundup of a whole bunch of cool, weird, and otherwise noteworthy games from independent developers and studios all over the world.
But first, we're joined once again by IGN Israel's Danny Lee and IGN Japan's Daniel Robson. And since we're all here, we've all spent this week checking out lots of really great looking games. We figured we'd talk about some of our favorites so far. Brian!
Oh man.
Which game out of Gamescom are you most excited for?
I did not know you were going to do that. Lies of P. Speaking of things that will pop out from behind corners and scare me, Lies...
And that's Lies of P. It kind of sounds, when you say it fast, it sounds like Eliza P.
Eliza P. Yes, a wonderful woman. Eliza P. is here at Gamescom. No, Lies of P. is a Soulsborne-style brutal action RPG from developer NeoWiz. There's a lot of sort of Souls-likes out there. This one is going after my heart because this one's going after Bloodborne fans specifically. I love this game. It's about finding Geppetto and also telling lies. And the more you tell lies, the more human you become, which is very interesting. And you can actually use that as a kind of gameplay mechanic. You'll creep around these old kind of horrifying environments here, fighting all sorts of nefarious steampunk creatures and just awful ghouls. And I'm very excited for that.
You play as Pinocchio?
I believe
this is supposed to be Pinocchio. It's just a very different interpretation of Pinocchio.
Yeah, I got to play it and I really enjoyed it. And I'm not that of a Souls fan, but I really enjoyed the gameplay. It was actually very easy for the start, very easy. But as I started the game, I felt like, oh my god, that reminds me of Bloodborne. Like, like the vibe, the atmosphere, and by the way, the graphic looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's really, really gorgeous. It's very action intense. I'm all in. Can't wait for this. Oh, and it's coming to Game Pass on day one, which I just found out today.
Worth it.
Day one.
Day one.
Okay, Danny, what's your pick for your favorite game of the show?
Okay, Metal Hellsinger, you guys. By the way, I'm sorry about my voice. I kind of partially lost it just because of the Metal Hellsinger live concert yesterday.
Gosh.
That was insane. So that game is pretty rad. I don't know if you got to play it. It's basically a rhythm shooter game that you have to play by the beat, shoot by the beat, and if you're precise, so the better the bigger the damage.
Oh.
So you have to be on the beat, like on tempo by the, usually it's the drum beat, and then the damage is like it's bigger, and you have these demonish creatures, and you have metal, of course, and those
awesome.
and those amazing vocalists, you guys. You have Search with System of a Down, and you have Alisa White Glutz from Arch Enemy, and you have Matt Heafy from Trivium. Lots of metal stars, and I believe that the metal fans, that usually 80% of the metalheads are gamers, so I believe that they will enjoy that game, so I highly recommend it, and if you haven't tried the game, you have it, the demo free on Game Pass.
That is a good statistic. I did not know that.
I would actually be surprised if it weren't higher. I think more than 80% of metalheads are gamers.
Well, it's true, it goes together.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I agree.
This is definitely a game where there's blood on the dance floor, you know?
Yeah.
Ooh, I like it.
You're really making a mess of
It's a blood on the dance floor.
Perfect. All right, Daniel, what's your pick?
I'm going to pick High on Life by Squanch Games. This is obviously Justin Roiland's studio, best known for Rick and Morty, and it definitely has that sort of kind of zany, humorous taste to it, but also with a sort of a twist of like Men in Black kind of, I don't know, there's like all these strange alien creatures everywhere. And the gimmick of the game is that you're a gun, and also in your left hand you're a knife. They're always talking to you, to each other, to the NPCs around you, the characters talking as well. And it's a bit like last year's Guardians of the Galaxy, where there's just always conversation going on, and it's always really funny.
Daniel, if their face is on this side of the gun, what's on the other end?
That's yes. What are they shooting out of? I don't think you want to know.
Just something to think about.
Yeah, keep it to your imagination.
It's the little
like
things that count.
Yeah, it shoots stuff.
Well, the funny thing is that each gun you get has its own personality, and so the one that you can see right now on screen, he's up for getting involved in the violence, but he's a little bit shy. He's like, I don't know if we should really do it. Whereas the knife, the knife's just like, let me at him. I want to stab as many people as possible. And each gun that you get will have they'll come up with different dialogue lines, so you can play the same stages with different weapons and have a completely different experience.
Sweet.
Well, High on Life, just like Eliza P, launches into Game Pass.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's kind of a trend to have like talking guns right now,
Yeah,
you know?
well-
Like petting animals in games. Now we have like tons of talking guns and I don't know, SMGs.
A new Twitter account. Can you pet the dog? It's can the gun talk?
And can you pet the gun?
Can you pet the gun? My pick's going to be for Callisto Protocol.
wow.
Not too much of a surprise to anyone who listens to GameScoop. We've seen a lot of this game since early June when it made its debut at that PlayStation State of Play. I love Dead Space. I love survival horror. Callisto Protocol seems to be checking all the boxes for me.
It feels like every time we see this game, I'm just more and more in love with it. I'm so excited that this is coming in December.
Yeah, it may seem a little bit more appropriate in October as an October game, but December's good too. In October, we're going to have the new Resident Evil stuff to play.
That's right.
The expansion for Resident Evil Village. So,
Yeah.
with Callisto Protocol, also I was raised on 80s horror movies. I'm a big appreciator of kill gags, doing away with people in fun and inventive ways, and this game definitely has a lot of those.
That was a very good one we just saw there, throwing him into the sort of wood chipper there.
Just an open-air wood chipper that's just spinning around. What a safety violation that would be.
Seems incredibly dangerous.
If they've got the sign in this place is always just 0 days since the last. Never ticked beyond 0. Okay, well, those are just a few of the games here that we can't wait for. Before we turn things over to Awesome Indies, just a reminder that Gamescom is far from over. Tomorrow is the Gamescom Award Show, where we showcase the best of the best from this year's show. And Sunday is the Gamescom Cosplay Contest, powered by McDelivery, where we'll showcase the best of the best in costumes. It's going to be a whole lot of fun.
That's right. And in addition to being a video game convention, an award show, and a costume contest, Gamescom is also a forest.
What?
Yeah, like a real forest with actual trees. So since 2020, Gamescom and the Gamescom community have grown a forest in Southeast Germany that now covers over 20,000 square meters. You can help us grow the Gamescom forest by heading to gamescom.global and buying a green ticket today. Plant a tree. Do it for me.
All right, well, thank you to my wonderful co-host for sharing the stage today, and a huge thanks to all of you watching at home. A winner is you.
It's you.
And now it's time for some awesome indies. Check it out.
Let's talk indie games. There's so many games at Gamescom, but many people don't know about the Indie Arena. There's lots of little hidden gems, and that's what me, Simon Cardy, and you, Stella Chung, are here to do today. We're gonna have a little friendly competition and try and find maybe the 2 best games each, little hidden gems, and then pitch them to each other and see who found the weirdest stuff. But I will remind you, Stella, this is a friendly competition.
Since when?
Well, I thought that was the pitch, but one of us seems a lot more aggressive about this than the other. I want to find some games about animals. Is there anything like you're kind of looking for around here?
I definitely like the animal-based games. I'm pretty sure we're standing right in front of a cat delivery game where the cat's riding on a broom, so stuff like that, honestly.
Well, that seems like a lovely idea, but sadly we're gonna not just focus on cat games, we're gonna find any weird, interesting, hidden gems we can find in this Indie Arena, and we'll be back soon. Big spot at the Indie Arena booth, lots of games, but also Mr. Shuhei Yoshida. And we're back. We've seen games, we've seen lots of different games, I think. I don't know what games you've seen, you don't know what games I've seen. I'll go first. The first game I saw was called Hamster Playground. You can customize these hamsters, look after them, give them different names. My favorite was Albert Hamstein. I gave him a nice little Santa hat, and then what I did with him was did a little bit of training, had a little go on a trampoline, build up his self-esteem, his core, get that going. You don't build up your core on a trampoline, do you? I don't know. I don't really go to the gym. But what I did do was win an eating contest as a hamster, and it was quite an exceptional experience. I think that game's actually out now on Steam, you can play it, so if you want to play with some hamsters, do that. I didn't win the race, I wanted a photo finish though. I thought I won it. I normally do win, and I'm looking forward to doing that in this video too. What did you play?
Yeah, so I played a game called Wild Woods, and it's very cute. The cats in that game could definitely eat you as a hamster, so there's that. Because you won an eating contest. You're nice and fat, so I could eat you. All the nutrients, and it's delicious. Anyways, so Wild Woods, it is a multiplayer game up to 4 people, which is great. 4 cats, and you can customize your cat and everything. You're escorting a wagon through the woods, and it's like a roguelike. It's very cool. You have to keep your wagon powered. You have to get power-ups for it. You have to fight off waves of bunny rabbits that the cats are feuding against, and they have an alliance with the badgers. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
But wouldn't you much rather play a guitar and play with your hamster friends?
You know what? I would. I would love to be a hamster and just get fat.
Well, there we go. I won. That's why.
No, because if you check the records, I think I win this overall summit because I met Shuhei Yoshida, so...
Well, I saw him first.
But I have the picture.
Maybe I do have to concede that meeting Shuhei Yoshida makes you the winner.
You know, okay, but also I want to say that the hamster game sounds like so much fun, so I'll give you the best game winner. How about that?
Okay, there we go. It's a tie, isn't that lovely? All is fair in love and indie games. And if you love indie games, make sure to stick around for our Awesome Indies show.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Nitsa. Drive sober or get pulled over.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network, who knew?
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
You're a bit
busy gamer with plenty to play. Not a lot of downtime, but you still want to keep up with the latest gaming news? Fret not. No matter where you like to play, PC, PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, I've got the headlines you need to know about. When Half-Life 3 is announced, it'll be on the Daily Fix. When the Switch Pro is announced, you'll be the first to know. And when that big game you just can't wait for is delayed, yeah, I'll have that news too. The Daily Fix, with me, Nars, weekdays only on IGN.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Gamescom 2022. It's the biggest video game convention in the world, so there's plenty of room for games of all shapes and sizes.
The most pixelated thing here! You can't save anyone!
Gamescom Awesome Indies is the place where we get to showcase upcoming games from independent studios and developers who've traveled from all over the world to be here. We'll be hitting the show floor to get you up close with everything from the weird and the wacky, to the breathtakingly beautiful, to the ingeniously innovative. Maybe you'll find something to put on your wish list. Maybe you'll discover your next favorite game. Maybe you'll be inspired to create a game of your own. Anything's possible, so sit back, relax, and get ready. Gamescom Awesome Indies starts right now.
There are so many awesome indie games here at Gamescom 2022, so we decided to make a show about it. This is Gamescom Awesome Indies. I'm Max Scoville, and for the next hour, I'm going to be showing you a whole bunch of really, really cool indie games. Actually, I guess they're awesome. That's the name of the show, Awesome Indies. Makes sense, right? Here is an awesome indie game.
Summer's gone by in a blink of an eye. It's a fine line between good times and memories, just one breath away from eternity. Oh, summer's gone by in a blink of an eye. Summer's gone by in a blink of an eye.
Hello everybody, welcome to Awesome Indies 2022. We are here at Gamescom 2022. There are 124 different developers from 32 different countries spread out across 1,500 square meters right here in the Indie Arena booth. If you're here at Gamescom, swing by, check some of these out for yourself, and if you're watching from home, head over to indiearenabooth.de and give some of these games some love. Now, I know that doctors' offices aren't for everybody, but what about outer space? Here's a game in outer space. Let's check it out.
My name is Adam Stjärnljus and I'm the creative director at Wishfully. And today I'm going to show you a small piece of our game, Planet of Lana. And here, Lana and Mui is in this small cave and has come across this weird stone crab-like creature. And a fun part of our game is meeting these weird creatures on this planet and figuring out how they work and how they react to Lana and Mui and how you can use them to your advantage. And here the player realizes that this creature only wants to eat Mui. And then the player can tell Mui to stop in that little safe spot, and Mui then lures this big creature to the right side of this area. And Lana can then go around and use this stone crab as a platform to reach the cliff and then being able to progress. And then the player can tell Mui to follow her, and she then comes to your position. And you can think of Mui kind of like a dog. You can tell her to stop and follow you, and she's really a valuable asset on your epic adventure in this game. And you can also point Mui to specific positions, as you can see here. And she can also bite off ropes and cables, and she can also jump higher than you, reach places that you can't, and as in this example, she can also fit into small places where you can't, and here she activates this tentacle that you can climb up on. Thank you so much for watching. This was all that I had for you today, but hope that you are as excited as we are about our upcoming game, Planet of Lana.
Mr. Sun's hatbox has been stolen, and we're going to get it back.
That was Nobody Saves the World Frozen Hearth here on Awesome Indies at Gamescom 2022. Up next, we're checking out a bunch of survival games. Do you think you can survive Lose Lagoon? Probably. It seems kind of chill. Check it out.
Welcome to the last hero of Nostalgaia. Okay, start over.
Yes, indeed. It is called Nostalgaia, where the...
No story. This is the gameplay trailer. Yes, Nostalgaia is the world of video games, and it needs you. Oh, that looks familiar. Terrifying and perilous bosses. Fight together and die together.
Let me regale you the tale of corruption, greed, and heroism. Nostalgia's memories had flattened like books without pages.
Enter the hero.
Pixels were the problem.
We can fix this. Customize them. Pick a class.
You are not worthy.
Level up. Perfect. Oh, you'll need equipment. Others can guide you. Side quests. Really get stuck in with this hero business. Danger absolutely everywhere.
I am trained.
All of this and much, much more is coming soon!
Wishlist, the last hero of Nostalgaia, and defy all my expectations.
See? You are the hero! Choo-choo!
I hate you.
We just got to look at Last Hero of Nostalgaia, one of the many awesome indies here on Gamescom. Awesome indies. That looks like a fun game for anybody who, I don't know, needs a break from that retro pixel art style, or maybe wants to kill it with a sword. Speaking of breaks, we need to take one right now. We'll be right back.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
Hey, you! Yes, you! Do you have FOMC? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lewanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
Welcome back to Gamescom. Awesome indies coming to you from Gamescom 2022. We're at the Indie Arena booth. It's a big booth that is also an arena that's full of indie games. You probably could have guessed that by the title. If you are here at Gamescom, come check it out. Come play some of these games. They're very cool. If you're watching from home, head over to indiearenabooth.de and check out the games for yourself. Throw some on your wish list. Maybe even play the game that is in the browser. It's very cool. We're having a good time here, but are we having a gourd time? Not yet, we're not. But we're about to. Here's Gord. That was Gord right here on Gamescom. Awesome Indies at Gamescom 2022. We are at the Indie Arena booth, hanging out, having a good time, checking out all sorts of games. But now, things are going to get a little bit spooky. Behold, the fabulous Fear Machine.
Greetings, traveler. We've been waiting a long time for you. The ancient, fabulous Fear Machine calls you. Use it, and everything you've ever dreamt of will be within your reach. What are your deepest desires? Power? Wealth? Glory? The machine and its agents will aid you. In return, we ask for the merest token. Your story will become a part of the machine forever. Are you willing to pay this price? Then, insert your coin.
doesn't belong to you.
Let me crack your head open.
Ooh, that's my version of a ghost song. You just gotta look at Ghost Song here on Awesome Indies at Gamescom 2022. Now, hear me out. Taking a casino and filling it with wild animals is probably not a great idea. It's unsanitary, it's dangerous, probably pretty expensive, and all in all, pretty weird, but that makes a great concept for a video game. Here is Blooming Business Casino.
Welcome back, boss. The green is coming in fast today. We've got a lot of different clients in here. The gold diggers. Slot machines are their thing. They think it's an easy win. Ha! For us. Uh-oh. Maybe we pushed them a little too far. Ah, the tourists. I guess they love what you've done with the place. As long as they spend some cash in between all that sightseeing, they're fine by us. Next up, the baseball fans. That new arcade area has really got them hooked. The money they bring in is nice, but the trash, not so much. The staff are doing a great job, though. The place is spotless. Oh, look! Tony's here! Only the best for our VIPs. We've switched the dealers so they know what to do, right? You remember what happened last time you lost? There's just so much drama. They're a fickle bunch, but they just keep coming back for more. You gotta love this place. The glitz, the glamour, and all that money. So, what's your next move, boss?
Golden, sun-soaked grains. The finest hops. Yeast that brings a gift of life. But the most important ingredient is passion. Good beer is art. A beautiful feeling, captured in liquid amber. Now, they say you can't rush art. But in our world, well, you can do anything. You're about to take your first steps into the world of home brewing. A world packed with creativity, discovery, and, if you're talented enough, opportunity. So, experiment. Have fun. Brewing is about the craft and the journey. But most of all, express yourself. You are the brewmaster.
We just got to look at Minako's Night Market on Gamescom Awesome Indies. It's Gamescom 2022. We're having a blast here. There's so much cool stuff going on at the Indie Arena booth. We need to take a quick break, but while we're doing that, why not head over to indiearenabooth.de and poke around, see some cool games for yourself. Gamescom Awesome Indies. We'll be right back.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Saints Row. Be your own boss and take control of Santo Alesso.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN One. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN One.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
In Edge of Sanity, you'll explore the mysterious side of Alaska, full of monsters inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, set against the backdrop of the Cold War. Let's check out the brand new trailer.
Welcome back to Gamescom, awesome indies from Gamescom 2022. I'm Max, and this is the Indie Arena booth. It's great, it's full of indie games, and we are checking out a whole bunch of them. Here's a really cool indie game, it's called Solstice. Let's take a look.
Well, we meet again at last! We didn't think you would make it this far! You were lucky last time! No one is coming to your rescue now! That fool! That wretched bastard! We will never forgive her! He hurt us! He humiliated us! All because of you two!
It's even more powerful than before! They have reached their full potential in this form! How can we?
We're not giving up. Let's show them our power has grown too.
Let us see how you fare on your own! Yes, brother! They shall pay! We kill them! Kill them!
I hit them, but they didn't even seem to feel it.
It's their aura! They're focusing it to shield themselves!
Let us slaughter them, brother! They must die!
Crystal! Right! They were in Chimera too! Sister! Go for the crystal!
You're mine!
How dare you!
They transform again!
Bastard! Their armor is impenetrable.
It's time for some target practice!
They're massive! They shouldn't be able to move them!
Ha! They're overcharging again.
Their rage is blinding!
You're such an easy target!
It's our chance.
This place shall become your grave!
You just saw Solstice here on Gamescom, awesome indies from Gamescom 2022 at the Indie Arena booth. We're about to check out a very cool little mining game, which I think could be a real gem, assuming it doesn't stay underground or get buried. Anyway, we really dig it. It's a game about mining. Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Sebastian, and I'm the Community Manager for Lightyear Frontier. We're excited to give you a tour of our game's features. In Lightyear Frontier, your mech is your best friend. Upgrade and swap mech modules, and customize your mech's look to your preference. Some buildings turn raw resources into refined materials for mech modules in advanced buildings. Sell your crops and collected materials at the merchant to buy other goods and modules. Use mobility modules like treads and boosters to navigate the world. Travel deeper into the wilds to collect hard-to-find resources, including plants with paint pigments. As you expand your homestead, you'll want to diversify your crops, as well as search for rare materials. Rainstorms can help keep your crops watered, but harsher weather can cause trouble. Along the way, take time and enjoy the beauty of your new home in all its vivid and mysterious splendor. Lightyear Frontier releases in spring 2023. We're excited to share more. Find us on our website and social media to follow the game as it's developed.
Well, that was Gamescom Awesome Indies. I'm Max Scoville, and thank you so much for joining me and checking out these cool games. Also, huge thanks to the devs for making the cool games. It's really so awesome to see all these different types of games together. If you want to get a closer look for yourself, head to indiearenabooth.de and, I don't know, go show those devs some love. I'm going to go check out more Gamescom, but thank you for joining me. I will see you around.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Nitsa. Drive sober or get pulled over.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN 1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN 1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company.
Oh, we're shooting turkeys!
Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
Hey, you! Yes, you! Do you have fun? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN 1.